Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin. But then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yeah, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, so boy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love you blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the bombastic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. To follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
Check. Oh yeah. Alright. Let me see y'all. There we go. Yes, and it is Saturday, the 4th, April 09/27. Goddamn. You know, I actually, Central European time, by the way, I'm sorry. That would make it 03:27 Eastern Standard Time, U.S., America, and all of that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I'm your host, V Media, the cat that is from the U.S. but lives abroad. You know, to keep it short. Yeah, born and raised in the U.S. Family on both sides go back to the colonial period in the U.S. But I live outside. I live outside, you know. And that was just my path. My personal path in life took me around. It took me out of DC a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I love the city I grew up in. Amazing time to grow up in DC in the 70s. God damn. The 70s was so fly. Rock, talk about doing it in the park, doing it after dark. Oh yeah, Rock Creek Park. Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, if you know who the Blackbirds are, the progressive jazz funk band from the 70s and 80s, if you know that, from the late 70s, 80s, if you know who they are, Donald Byrd's band, original band, if you know who they are, then you know what that song is. Doing it in the park, doing it after dark. Oh yeah, Rock Creek Park. Rock Creek Park is the park that runs through Washington D.C. It's a nature park. It's a natural park. Got wild animals and shit, and big buck deer and all of that. You know what I'm saying? They slide out of there in the wintertime and walk up on the streets of D.C. And it's quite a sight to see. But in any case, man, those were the free days in D.C., man, just coming off of the civil rights movement, the generation before mine, the city was actually segregated. You know what I'm saying? My pops grew up in D.C., in a segregated D.C. with my uncles and my aunts and my grandparents and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up in the first generation outside of segregation. And a lot of people might take that for granted, that don't realize that they're talking to a first generation person. I mean, some of you that may not be a big deal to you, but listen, it's a big deal to me. Because it's nothing to brag about, but it's a moment in history to understand that things are a little bit different and things could be a little bit harder too. You know what I mean? Like literally, I am born right after segregation. So so the people before me, they paved the way for that, and they have a lot of stories about that time period. And it is what it is. And so I was lucky to grow up on the backs of those people that didn't have it that good. And I grew up in a free Washington, D.C., where I was free to do whatever I want as a kid, have fun. I was free to basically define myself. That's what freedom is. And so I'm so blessed. You know, I did, teenagers, late teenagers, late teens and early 20s was kind of rough in DC though. But I wouldn't change anything because it taught me a lot. And then it didn't stop me. I was able to also with the benefit of me being me, I was able to meet some other folks from DC that had a broad network outside. Two of my homeboys, Giant and Storm, they really followed their path with music and were generous enough to share their moment with me. You know what I'm saying? And I was so blessed by that. But these two fellas, man, they was out of DC early. They're a little bit older than me. They were out of DC, maybe 5 years older than me, something like that. They're a little bit out of DC, 4 or 5 years, you could say, maybe 3-4 years older than me. They were out of DC even before me. LA, New York, you know what I'm saying, really doing their artistic grind. You know what I'm saying? Like in those times you used to have to do that. So they got stories from those times, and I'm lucky enough because these cats work with so many different people and learn from so many people, man. It's just amazing. So by the time they kind of pulled me in, I was really fortunate. I learned a lot from the experience, like way more than could ever be described. I learned everything about the music business, how you make music and sell it, how you record it, how you produce it, the whole process. And it involves a lot of people at times. In those days, it involved a lot of people. Today, it's another world. You can narrow that down a little bit more. But having said that, I got a chance to when I hooked up with Giant Storm, my shit turned international. So that helped me travel outside of the U.S. and see some beautiful places. But Denmark is the place I settled down in. So Denmark, big up to Denmark, big up to Copenhagen, man. A lot of beautiful artistic people here. And I linked up with artistic people like immediately as soon as I landed, and I'm so blessed to know those people and to have met so many other people. I'm really thankful for that opportunity. It is not typical that a brother from Washington D.C. ends up in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I don't take it for granted. I know a lot about the history of the country, and I know a lot about the civil rights movement that went on here, but I also know about the love for jazz music that Copenhagen has, a tradition of that. And so, that kind of helped me understand a little bit more and be able to navigate and negotiate with people, just their love of music and their appreciation for jazz music. That's a whole lane, and I know if you're American and you live in Copenhagen, you know what I'm talking about. Now, nonetheless, we always talk about politics here. Because we grown folks, and although it's important to laugh, now don't get me wrong, I do get my laughs on in my day, because life is short. You never know if it's your last day to appreciate something, somebody, or even have a laugh. So you need to kind of mix it up. But having said that, the United States is kind of in a real fucked up situation right now. We have the worst president in the history of the country, which is hard to say because don't get me wrong, some other things could be worse. Yeah, there could be open slavery, but this is the administration that has people that's talking about it. Yeah, hey, what if we just bring it back to the good old Dixie days? Ha ha ha. You know, this is the administration, and with their kind of people, they like to joke about it like that wouldn't be a cause to bear your arms. That would definitely be a bear your arms moment. You try to put anybody back into slavery, like, it might seem funny at first until you get your ass fucking shot. You know what I'm saying? Until you get a real motherfucking resurgence, rebellion and shit on your ass. Ain't gonna be no phony running into the goddamn Capitol building making fun. No, none of that when you talk about slavery. Nonetheless, our president has threatened all of our allies. How dare you rotten bastard. But then again, when you look at his record, big up to Sasha Riley, when you look at his record and the people that are talking about him, they always said he was foul as fuck. Why people didn't believe him? It just shows you, man. Listen, Iran, if you're listening, understand one thing. No matter what anybody says, understand that man Trump has people saying that he sleeps with little boys and prefers it after he beats and strangles them. I mean, you know, this is the kind of person, when you talk about Trump, you got to remember Sasha Riley. I mean, please make a little animated video with Sasha Riley in it and some of the stories that he's talking about, choking little dogs before he rapes little kids. You might want to go on that one, because there's a guy named Sasha Riley on the internet, and his Facebook name is Sasha Burrows. For any of you in Iran that want to look up that story, go right ahead, look it up, along with all the other girls that reported shit to the FBI and weren't taken serious at all. There's a story about, you know, a girl she was told or ordered to throw her new baby child in the Michigan Lake, in Lake Michigan, at the orders, you know, allegedly of Trump and Epstein. You know, apparently Trump and Epstein, according to this person's report to the FBI, was getting down with shit in 1984. You know, also according to Sasha Riley. So, you know, it's worth hearing and talking about. Well, this madman, you know, seemingly, I don't know, but it looks like he's been blackmailed by Epstein, right, for doing all those things. It's probably on tape doing these kind of things too. Allegedly, you know, who knows, because Pam Bondi, who just got fired, she won't release the Epstein files. Like, even though she said she would, even though the law says she would, you know, Congress is supposed to be doing something like charging her ass $10,000 a day. That's probably why she quit, because they were probably ready to do that. By law, they can do that. They can charge her, right, with that. They can give her fines, and that's what they were discussing. So that might have something to do with her being fired. But I think Trump didn't like her anyway. I don't think Trump's a narcissist, so he expects magic to happen. And if you just don't deliver magic, imagine imagine with Trump's record how you just make that disappear. I mean, that's a hard trick to do. But nonetheless, Pam Bondi took up the job. She wasn't able to do it. She got her ass fired, and it appears that it's going down. Like, Trump's real narcissistic side is ripping his cabinet apart. Likely, it seems almost like the 25th. Do they call it the 25th Amendment? It seems like they're going to have to invoke this. And I'm not saying that they do it because they're brave. I'm saying that they will do it eventually. Some time will go by, they chicken shit, but they know Trump is a madman. He's a sick old man. But so it's very likely this is going to happen. Not because they want to, just because it's going to be painfully obvious that dude is in the public and he is fucking insane. He is, you know what I'm saying? He's insane. You know what I'm saying? He's a madman. Trump is probably shitting in his pants every day he leaves out. I mean, he's a grumpy old fucking man who apparently has done some evil fucking things. I mean, Trump, you know, no one's going to miss him. No one's going to miss him. But having said all of that, he's threatened our allies, Mexico, Canada. You know, come on, man. He's threatening Greenland, of all places. It is like, you know, Denmark, man. What has Denmark done to the United States of America? Nothing, except stand by the U.S. You know what I'm saying? And don't worry, Denmark. This is a lunatic president that doesn't know a goddamn thing. So please accept our sincerest apologies. As soon as us Americans get our shit together, we're going to kick him in the nuts. Like, seriously, like, there's going to be some changes. And thank you those that stand by us, that understand there's a process. and that we have some kooky ass people that would vote for a nut job like him. But you understand how that is. The right wing in Denmark, man, they just had one person talking about comparing a new parliamentary member, comparing her to an animal, something like that. Yeah, it's true. So you have little fringes. Usually there's a little fringe in some countries like this. No one wants to go down the MAGA route, though. Keep in mind, even this little crazy fringe believes everybody, I think, should have health care and education. I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. But I mean, the right wing typically, is all in line. In Denmark, right or left or any of that, they're like, no. We, they believe in health care for all. And, as long as you follow the rules and as long as you, I guess, pass the test, you could say, and get admitted, because Denmark is a difficult country to the standards are high. Of course, there's asylum and all of this, but otherwise the standards are high. The criteria is high. You do have to, you got to put in a little bit. It's not like what you hear. People pretend like, oh, they just give you something. No, you actually, when you migrate to Denmark, there's some time where you don't really have all these rights everyone else has, because it takes time to kind of build up and earn them and secure them, unless you're an asylum seeker. You see what I mean? So, it takes time. And people that immigrate from certain countries, you know what I'm talking about when you say that. Then you got to give guarantees, bank guarantees and things like that, to make sure you don't just come to default on the system, use the system. Every once in a while, I get a jackass in the comment section that likes to pretend like I moved to Denmark because I just want the social services. Man, I didn't know anything about that when I moved to Denmark. I moved to Denmark and then moved out and moved back to the U.S. I heard all the social services and all that shit, but I was living life. I didn't want to, I had some things I wanted to take care of. So I actually was in Denmark and then I left. You know what I'm saying? So, no, but it just turns out that Denmark is a beautiful country. It's a very fair society, a fair place. And it has its issues and things like that. But overall, comparing it to the U.S., yeah, Denmark's a nice, cozy country to live in. And so I appreciate it. And I got a lot of Danish friends. But in any case, accept my apologies about that. And everybody else, the rest of our allies. Iran, sorry, we got a jackass president. It couldn't be Obama this time. Someone who wants to communicate, talk, try to meet somewhere in the middle, wherever that middle is, just to try to work together for the common good. Give you an opportunity to not just be terrorist all the time. Wow, that's really convenient. Terrorists put you in a box like nothing you can do. Oh, well. You're just going to be stuck over there, even though it didn't work, because other people want your oil. Other fucking people want your oil, man. Somebody in the chat said it's about time Denmark backs us for all the support we give them. What support do you give Denmark? What the hell are you talking about? You just making shit up? What is that all about? All the support? Where's all the support? What are you talking about time? Per person, Denmark lost more people backing up the U.S. in the war against Afghanistan and terror than anybody else. You jackass. Like, stop being a stupid, ignorant piece of shit. Okay, you goddamn monkey. Let me go see what the hell. I hate to talk that way, but people just come with lies and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know. You're ignorant bastard, by the way, for not knowing. More Danes by percentage per person died backing up the U.S., you piece of shit. Okay? I just have to say that so Danes don't have to. I'm going to say that. You know what I mean? Fuck you. Go somewhere else where you want it. You ain't want it here, you jackass. And you are a lying piece of shit, too. So let's just start off the morning like this. Bye, sucker. Yeah, in any case. Now, but we've had to endure a lot with Trump. All of us, everybody. Goddamn, it's really hard to get someone that just offends everyone. You know what I'm saying? Trump offends the babies and shit. You know what I mean? Newborns are like, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to fuck with Trump. Evil people, good people, God, even the Pope. The devil don't want to fuck with Trump. The Pope don't want to fuck with Trump. Nobody. Oh my God, this is just crazy, man. No one, even who find someone. Even Epstein don't want to fuck with Trump anymore. I mean, that's hard to do. That is really goddamn hard to do. But somehow Trump found a way to do it, and it is what it is. But having said that, his cabinet is burning. They are burning his house. His cards are falling. His glass house is breaking. Everything has a time, a place and time, like Bob Marley said, you know what I mean? It's just a matter of time, you know what I'm saying? Everything has its season, you know what I mean? And the burning of Trump season is on. Eric, I saw your call, man. Sorry about that. I was in the middle of something, but trying to get this stream together and handle a few things before I start. But listen, this man is going to go down in flames, and you're going to have to watch it, and you're going to have to enjoy it, and you're going to have to clap, get your popcorn. It is TV time now. Now it's on. You survived the hard part. Now it's going to be showtime, and here it is. So let's peep what's going on with the shenanigans. Oh my God, can you believe Caroline Levitt's ass? Oh, what an embarrassment. No better person to start with than her bum ass. Okay, ignorant. And listen, she's not. Don't get me wrong, Caroline Levitt. It's her attitude. She has an attitude problem. It's like she has an attitude problem. Seriously, she is bogus. Like, there's nothing clanking intellectual up in that brain at all. That's sad. That's a bad look. That's a bad look for a woman. But then again, you got Trump. So, I mean, he makes Caroline Levitt look like a C grade or something like that. But the truth is, she should get D's. She is failing at her job. But it is largely because of Trump. Everyone fails that carries water for Trump. Todd Blanche is next. Kash Patel is next. All of them are next. And there's nothing you can do about it because Trump is out of his mind. But let's watch the details and see how it looks. Come on, let's go.
I want to note that the only reason we have it is because the White House seemingly accidentally posted a live stream of it, which they then tried to delete, but not before the internet saved it for posterity. And just for context, Donald Trump starts by referring to the head of the Office of Management and Budget, the Christian nationalist author of Project 2025.
What's up, Brian?
Russell Vogt.
Dylan, Eric, Midnight. Yeah, appreciate you. Here we go.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes.
I told you. Trump is the manifestation of what the wealthy pieces of shit in the U.S. was really behind their whole thing. Their whole thing is you pay taxes to give them your tax dollars so that they can have their private industries intermingled with the U.S. government so they can benefit, get tax breaks, and you, the working class, don't mean shit. Your job is to elevate them. They want to be and maintain slave master status. A lot of them some of these people got money, big money look at Elon Musk. He's a perfect example. He's a goddamn apartheid baby. You know what I mean? Like, little boy born in a town where segregation existed, which is rotten, by the way. There's a lot of people alive that still know what segregation was like and witnessed it, even if they weren't the ones in it. A lot of people know how rotten it is because they witnessed it, And, and here he is on the flip side. He's the one who got the money. It's not too many white South Africans that got billions of dollars off of apartheid. He's one of them, though. He's not your working class one that was just thrown the bag and stuck. Oh, well, we lived in our little white community and now it's over. Now we have to be normal like everybody else. No, he's not one of those people. He's the one that actually literally got some diamond money, and he wants to continue that legacy, and it's unfair. Look, we got to have class. We got to have class warfare. We got to have a class civil rights movement. Regular people deserve a life too. You know what I'm saying? Of all shapes and sizes and colors and genders and whatever. But we all regular folk, we deserve a fair, dignified life. And it's about the math. 350 million Americans paying into one pool is supposed to get you something. You see what I mean? More mass is supposed to work better at the bank. But these pigs, all they've done is squandered it. They've squandered that kinetic energy, that mass that is created by 350 million pointing in one direction. You see what I mean? And who's coming up on our heels? China's coming up on our heels. Whether you like it or not, Europe is definitely not on our heels, because Europe, second biggest economy in the world, only rivaled maybe by China. But 450 million people, they got a bigger pool, so their potential is greater, and they're growing with that potential. You see what I mean? And yeah, we got to get it right. The U.S. doesn't have time for this shit. And we got Trump trying to convince Americans that, no, you're going to go back to the slave days. You don't deserve shit. Western country barely functions as a democracy. Barely. The U.S. barely functions as a democracy. 1/3 of the population don't even fucking vote. And this is what Trump is saying. Listen to what it sounds like when you don't have people that vote. This is what a country sounds like when people don't vote. Listen to this.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare.
Can't take it there. But he's not, just don't stop there, because what he really means is elder care, health care, daycare. We can't take care of none of that, because they know their lifeline is over. He's projecting. He knows Americans are fucking livid. Not just livid about the attacks on the allies, but livid about the gross corruption of this regime. Livid about how many jackasses are allowed to just steal public federal tax dollars. The open corruption of this regime. And he's got the nerve to try to say this. Trust me, he's saying this because some other people in that room also say this kind of stuff.
We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare.
He thinks they take care of us. We pay for his bills. We pay for we pay for the White House with our tax dollars. We pay for the White House with our tax dollars. Every motherfucking employee that serves him, the taxpayers of the United States pay for, and they all got daycare. All of them are afforded daycare. They afforded everything. The kids going to private fucking schools. Come on, man. Like, big up. Like, really. Everybody in Congress, kids going to private schools. You know what I'm saying? All of them got their nice houses and shit. Best dental care. All in the American tax dollars. American taxpayers' dollars. And listen to what he say about it.
States, we have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare.
We take care of his goddamn family. We take care of him. That's what they get. We taking care of this shit. He got grandkids. I mean, sure, his kids are old as fuck. But listen, it doesn't matter, because everyone else we taking care of. We pay them. Caroline Levitt. Who pays her salary? Put a 1 in the chat if you pay her salary, or would be, if you lived in the U.S. Put a 1 in the chat if American citizens pay Caroline Levitt's daycare. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in American citizens pay for Caroline Levitt's goddamn daycare. And he's running around talking about, we can't pay for it. We can't pay for it, you Grinch, you stingy. I mean, this is the perfect example. This is the rottenness. This is not an honorable man. This is not an honorable Western person. This is not an example for a positive example for humanity. This is a stingy, greedy bastard. You know what I'm saying? Like, flat out, and it's a damn shame. No values. He's embarrassing the United States of America saying this. Everybody else in the West, nobody else is saying this about tax dollars. Nobody is saying this about tax dollars. This is Trump. Everyone else in the Western world says the exact opposite, because they have some pride in their goddamn country, man. You see what I'm saying? They have some pride in their culture, in their people. They don't want to see their people fall to the wayside and shit. But in the United States of America, nah, man, they got your ass out there, boy.
Can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. We have to.
There it is. He finally came out with the truth. Pay for one. Who benefits from the military protection? Corporations, obviously, because Trump is in there for that oil, boy. He's in it for the diamonds. He's in it for the precious minerals. He done said it a million times. He wants to invade Greenland because of the precious minerals. You heard that, Greenlanders? He can't pay for your daycare. Remember all that shit Vance and them was talking about, and all the, we could give you better health care. Well, now he's saying they can't pay for it. You see what he's doing to American citizens, Greenlanders? Who pays for your health care, Greenlanders? You do. People that work. Everybody that works chips in a little something for everybody's health care, everybody's education, everybody's daycare. That's who pays for it. He doesn't pay for it. Who pays for the American citizens? Who pays for all of that shit? I mean, come on, you know what I'm saying? Who pays for Trump's, everybody in Trump's cabinet's daycare? The American citizen. So if you could pay for someone else's daycare that works for Trump, why the fuck aren't they supposed to be paying for ours? Whatever happened to one for all for one? Whatever happened to that kind of nationalistic pride? All for one for all for one. What happened to that? It's all gone. It doesn't exist. You see, because of people like Trump and their little stingy little bastard dream of America. You know what I mean? Their slave master dream of America. You know, pull yourself up by your pants and shit. Oh, well, some people shouldn't have rights. You know, you can just work for free. That's who you are, right? You know, it's like you just pay these taxes for nothing. Like you can't count. Like you can't tell you're getting robbed. You know, there was a war about taxation without representation. You know, like seriously. And the reality of it is that the money gets wasted on greed and corruption and fraud. That's what happens in the United States of America. It could pay for everybody's health care with no extra expense. It could pay for everybody's daycare with no extra expense. You know, it could pay for everybody's elder care with no extra expense. But there's too much motherfucking corruption. And Donald Trump is the man speaking it, and it lives. The corruption of the Western world, the type of corruption is what Donald Trump represents. And this is what Western corruption looks like. And if you follow in his path, your country is doomed. 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 Any other Western country attempt to be Donald Trump, you are finished. You won't survive it. Take the warning signs now before it's too late. Do the opposite of Donald Trump. And luckily, most of you are intelligent enough, wise enough, have enough education. You know, more people educated in your countries. In the rest of the West, way more people are educated. Way more people are not involved in crime. Okay, way more people have a reason to not be involved in crime. To understand this, to be able to do the math, to understand that Trump has brought nothing but the United States down on the international stage, down. The dollar has gone down. U.S. is about to default at some point. Its debt is just gone up extremely under Trump, more than any other president ever. You see what I mean? It's just gone up in 1 year. He's burning U.S. dollars like it's nothing, like it can be printed on trees. You see what I mean? Like no other president. So I don't want to hear that. Well, whatever happened to Obama? Obama did it, just making up shit. Obama did it. Hillary did it. You know what I'm saying? No one has ever done the corruption or overspending or anything anywhere close to Trump. Any idiot can go to the internet and figure that out. It doesn't take even a high school diploma. If you haven't figured that out, you're plain dumb. You're plain dumb. Okay? Donald Trump has fucked up the United States economy. Donald Trump has fucking hurt the U.S. more than any enemy could have ever done. Donald Trump has walked the enemy into the United States of America's Capitol building and White House and given them a home. The United States is in fucking serious trouble. Russia is all up in the White House. So, having said that, no wonder he's saying this, this kind of stupid shit. Hey, we don't have the money, man, daycare.
Of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. We have to guard the country.
Yeah, he don't want to have elections either. He's trying to really do it like Russia.
All right. All these little scams that have taken place, like that little scam date.
Yeah, Omar 2028. Exactly. I'll vote for her. Shit.
Joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen, member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Pete Hegseth, insider trading, doing that. Exactly, Eric.
Let me throw some numbers out at you. Apparently, the Penn-Wharton budget model says this war has cost $65 billion so far. The White House is asking for $200 billion for it. The Tomahawk missiles alone are $3 billion. They take a year to two to build per missile. We've spent $3 billion on them. This is in a country where we had Doge ripping apart the government last year. We had people not getting their food stamps. We have people not getting their Obamacare subsidies. But we're spending somewhere between $65 billion and $200 billion on a war that no one is able to explain.
Yeah, exactly. And also doing everything the opposite of what the man ran for. So anybody that voted for him is a goddamn jackass too. You see, he explicitly told you no more foreign wars, and this motherfucker is doubling down on foreign wars. Like he's saying, please, can I have a war somewhere? Can you fight me, Greenland? Can I have a fight with you, Greenland? Anybody, just anyone. He's going to be trying to have a fight with Santa Claus and the elves too at some point. Like this dude is doing the exact opposite, and it's because the people of America fell for it. They fell for that nationalistic, racist, bullshit. That's what they fell for, and Trump used it on purpose against them because he knows this segment of voters are ignore fucking rent. Ignore fucking rent. Like straight up, he knows they are dumb, and they fell for it. All he had to do is hang the carrot out there. We need to hate some niggas, y'all. We gonna hate some foreigners. Yeah, come on, jackass, get your ass over here. And just like some dumbasses, they were like, yeah, you gonna kick out some immigrants, y'all. And he just stole their goddamn health care right from under their feet. Whoosh, didn't waste any time with it. No time. Robbing their pensions right now. Robbing their kids' future right now, and they fell for it. And they must be told that. You have to say it to avoid it. Every Western country, pay attention. This is what these nationalistic motherfuckers invited. They invited Putin, and they invited corruption. That's exactly what they did. It's just a little trick. You see what I mean? It's just a little trick. Look, let me help you out with something. Being American is not a gene. There's no special American gene. You can't use your genes to figure out who's American. Okay, there's nothing special about it. You see what I mean? Yeah, it's true. Americans have all adopted Americanism. They've all adopted it. You see what I mean? It wasn't there 250 years ago, and a lot of the people weren't there either. They coming from other parts of the world, and it's no problem. Being American, you can come from somewhere else in the world, and you can adapt, and you can take on the customs and the culture of a place. Yeah, a lot of these people go out and eat fucking tacos and shit. You know what I'm saying? They eating food from everywhere in the world. You know what I'm saying? They eat a lot. Come on now. I mean, I'm saying it's not like they only eating pasta, spaghetti and steak and shit. They're not eating like people ate in the 1800s. Nah, man. They eating food from all over the world. They're enjoying music from all over the world. They're enjoying contributions from all over the world. They're enjoying fashion. You know what I'm saying? From all over the world. I mean, come on. It is what it is. It's a You know, imagine that. But when they drive their cars, what kind of car you think they're gonna drive? You think they're only trying to drive Cadillacs and shit? No, they like driving all kinds of cars, man. And it is what it is, but it just goes to show you where their heart is at. You know, it's not necessarily about the genes, is all I'm saying. But so if you're a right winger and you're somewhere in the world, no, think of just it's be proud of who you are. Everybody should be proud. Don't worry about that. That goes without saying. Everyone has a right to be proud of who they are, right? No problem. But don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. A lot of people, you can't even tell where they come from. Just because a person has a certain color, don't assume that they actually their family's roots come from there. No, they adopt things. They learn the language, they learn customs, and they can fit in, and you don't know where they're from. So be wise when you get nationalistic and try to add gene pools to it. Don't fall for the okie doke. The United States, Trump has failed everybody. It goes to show you he's willing to attack his own neighbors. He's willing to destroy NATO. He's not going to destroy NATO, but he's only attacking NATO. He attacks no one else. And this thing about, I told people a million times, this thing about Iran, that's just in the mix at all times. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, if you can't do it anywhere else, you may as well do it in Iran. You know, it's something to distract people with. But Trump, nonetheless, we always have this money. Trump has even for war. Trump has even more money for war. And then he comes out of the pocket and tells people that he don't have any money. No Americans should even think of anyone using federal dollars for what?
Take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too.
Yeah, Johnny, I see your message. U.S., despite clown world government, both sides, is still an amazing country. Hope it doesn't fall. Yeah, well, let's make sure that we clean up our mess, too, personally. It's not just Trump. It's about people that voted for Trump. And unlike Obama didn't go home with state secrets and just start giving them away to anybody. You see what I'm saying? And so we need to take account for that. You know, we don't need to normalize Trump. We don't need to say, yeah, everybody's like Trump. They're all bad like that. No. That's not how you get to the detail. We need to label the problems and label them clearly. And all the problems don't have to be the same for them to be problems. You know what I mean? So when you say both sides, nah, we're all individuals. I'm a registered Democrat, but I'm not typical. And I'm still an intelligent human being, even though I'm registered as a Democrat. And I'm also not like a lot of other Americans. My life is very different. You see what I mean? I know different shit. So everybody has the right to be different, even if you vote, even if you're registered. You see what I'm saying? Even if you register for a Republican, you don't have to be typical. Even if you're registered as a Democrat, you don't have to be typical. You see what I mean? They're just parties. You know, if you want to have the right to vote in an election, the easiest way to do it is to register to one of the major parties. That's the easiest way. So a lot of people are just smart enough to know that. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't mean they vote Democrat or Republican. It means they vote their views. Me, I vote my views. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not for this. The first person that says child care, federal tax dollars, paying for it, I'm saying, yes, I'll vote for that. Kamala Harris said it too. I support that. So anybody who says that, they get a thumbs up from me, and some other things too. They say health care, elder care, thumbs up for me. Federal tax dollars, go for it. Yes, make it happen. I don't hear Republicans saying that. You see what I'm saying? I don't hear Republicans out there saying health care for all. I don't hear Republicans saying elder care for all American citizens, because we're proud of our citizens. They work hard enough, and they do work harder than pretty much anybody in any other Western country, but they get less for their taxes. So I'm smart enough, even though I'm a registered Democrat, I'm smart enough to know these things. So I don't just put people all in the same bunch and pretend that the platforms are the same. They're not. Okay, this is a Republican president. Most Republicans, at least their representatives, feel exactly like Trump feels when he says this. This is not Democrats saying that.
50 states, we have all these other people.
The person who said it, the person who said they wanted child care for Americans, people didn't trust her. She was the wrong gender and she was the wrong color. And she had migrant background, her family. So they didn't trust her. You know, the anti-immigrant Americans, they didn't trust her. She was spooky. She was too spooky with that immigrant background, Kamala Harris, and her color and her gender. In the United States of America, that's the spookiest combination you could have. That scares people more than anything else. You know, very simple. But this didn't scare people.
Big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too.
Kamala Harris didn't attack Greenland. She didn't say, I want to take over Canada. Yeah, they didn't do those kind of things. You know, nah. But there's a lot of people, to avoid responsibility, would like to believe it is the same.
They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. We have to guard the country.
Riz King said, no, that's not a federal level thing. That should remain at state level. Shit, whatever you're talking about. There's no law that says that should remain on anywhere. Period. It's your money. All you got to do is vote and decide. And if the people don't do it as you vote, then you should vote for someone else. Because you're voting for them on the federal level to have a child care. Do you know that? You're helping that. You're paying. They have a better lifestyle than you. I mean, if that doesn't bother you, I don't know what else is. It shouldn't matter the rest how it comes together. It just needs to come together. And anybody who sees a flaw in how it's not coming together needs to do something about it. You know, but on a federal level, the United States, American citizens pay way more than enough. They pay so much, they're wasting fucking money. People like Trump just waste it. You see what I mean? And they waste it like it grows on trees. That's how the federal dollars get spent. You just gave the military $1 trillion. You can't even account for what they're using the money for. You just go to war that costs billions of dollars a day. All of that, just one war could have paid for everybody's health care, everybody's child care. Or just that one war. Do you even know how much money it costs for every just the Americans right now that pay into Medicare to access it? Do you know how much is paid in? How much Medicare is a year? How much is Medicaid a year in federal dollars? Medicaid, how much is that? What's the number? Then we can decide if it should be a federal thing or not. Because you're already paying for Medicare that people aren't even getting. Every citizen is paying taxes for Medicaid and Medicare, and they ain't even. And every citizen is every working person, and every working person ain't even getting it. So there's a corruption problem. There's a math problem. There's a math problem in the United States. People are fucking dumb. Like, I just have to say it. People are goddamn dumb. Hard-headed motherfucking Americans. This is the life of a hard-headed fucking American right here. And this is your motherfucking president.
They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. We have to guard the country.
Yeah. Woo. Well, that kind of narrows it down. So, let's get rid of everything else and just do the military because Trump said so. That sounds like a good idea, right? Anything Trump says must be true, right? Yeah, let's get rid of all of it. You just pay your taxes, keep it the same, and just get rid of all of it. How about we do that? That would be a good idea, right? Because since I'm an American that lives outside of the U.S., it won't affect my health care or any of my services. So I say, go ahead. Fuck it. Next time I should vote for the first person that says, fuck all the benefits, or fuck Medicaid, fuck Medicare, no federal dollars to anything. Anything for any American citizen that they see in their life. Only for war. I should vote for that since I'm a citizen. I'll just vote for that. Fuck it, Johnny. I'm going to vote against the best interest of most American citizens, taxpayers. How about that? I'm going to join the club, but I will keep my universal health care in Denmark while I do it. I'll be a total fucking hypocrite. Since that's what people prefer, they vote for hypocrites. Hey, shit, I'm probably going to. Matter of fact, can you send my hypocrite ass some money? I have a PayPal account. Let's start worshiping me too. Okay? While I have my universal health care and my kids get paid to go to school. Yeah, you Americans don't deserve it. Fuck y'all. You need to work one more extra hour a day because you're just too dumb to realize you work more hours than anybody else. How about that? You want to be a slave? Good.
All right. All these little scams that have taken place, like that little scam daycare.
Trump is your goddamn reward.
Joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen, member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Let me throw some numbers out at you. Apparently,
this dude said, I'd rather buy my own health care in Canada. You are lame. Matter of fact, let me just block your ass. You ain't no Canadian. You're just dumb, man. You have no pride in your fucking country. Man, you going to sit up here and cap for the man that threatened to invade you? Man, you're not real. Y'all forget that dude. Let's go on. Let's just go.
The Penn-Wharton budget model says this war has cost $65 billion so far.
Not serious. Johnny's not serious at all. That's all that is, you know.
The White House is asking for $200 billion for it. The Tomahawk missiles alone are $3 billion. They take a year to two to build per missile. We've spent $3 billion on them. This is in a country where we had Doge ripping apart the government last year. We had people not getting their food stamps. We have people not getting their Obamacare subsidies. But we're spending...
Man, what the hell are you talking about? And the taxes we pay are illegal because it's in the Constitution. What the hell does that mean? I don't know what Constitution you're reading. You apparently haven't read most constitutional law either, but that's in amendments. You know, you have the right to tax, but there's specifics about it. You see what I mean?
Between $65 billion and $200 billion on a war.
Tomahawk missile for $3 million.
That no one is able to explain.
Well, Ali.
Hold on. Somebody said, why is this African talking American politics? Because I'm an American citizen, you stupid bitch. How about that? Okay, there it is. That's why I'm talking American politics, because it's my business. I'm an American. What the fuck?
That's right, and we should all remember that during the campaign,
and any genes in my family, I'm proud of anyway. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, that's supposed to be something to look down on. Why is this African? Like, I'm supposed to say, I'm not African. I mean, I'm American, but I have African background. Yeah. Among other things. Yeah, I'm proud of all that shit. Anything wrong with that? Last I heard, human beings, Homo sapiens, come from Africa. What about you? What the fuck was I talking to? Was that... Who was that who came in the chat? A non-human being and shit?
Candidate Donald Trump promised that he would keep us out of foreign wars and focus instead on trying to make things better right here at home. Instead, he is, along with Prime Minister Netanyahu, started a foreign war. Prices are going up. And now he says, well, we've got to pay for this war in Iran by cutting back on federal investments. You played the clip with childcare, but there are also other points in that speech where he talks about cutting Medicaid, cutting Medicare. So the bottom line is the president who said he wouldn't start a war now wants to pay for it by cutting deeply into American health care programs and other programs that help American families here at home.
But that's not that surprising, is it, Senator? I mean, you go back to the history of wars that America has started. One group tends to benefit from this very well, either.
Exactly. Libertarians think taxes. In other words, these people, thank you so much. That Sterling. Exactly, Sterling. Exactly. Is libertarian. Exactly. And what they try to do, these dumb, broke-ass, dumbass libertarians, they're so stupid they don't realize it's the rich, it's the wealthy people that are saying this shit. Taxes ain't in the gun. They know goddamn well this is how it's always been. This is what it is, and so now you don't want to pay your taxes. Oh wow, what a convenient thing. Trump does it is libertarian what Trump said, because here's the thing. The political environment in the United States has had a lot of Americans paying taxes, and they're tired of not seeing anything about where it goes. They're tired of the tax dollars, federal tax dollars they pay, not going to anything that supports human beings in the communities, in the towns where they live across the country. They're tired of it. Americans aren't dumb. They realize they work more hours than anybody else in the Western world just for a regular monthly check. They know that the ends are not meeting across the board. They know education is expensive. They know healthcare is expensive, and they know they're paying taxes for a lot of that shit. And the people are just squandering it. They're just spending it in an irresponsible way. Look at healthcare, for example. People paying 4 and 5 times more for healthcare, and they pay it through their taxes. A big portion of it, comes through taxes, federal taxes, and people can't even get the goddamn access to it because they can't afford the copays or the deductibles to access the healthcare system they pay taxes for. That's total corruption. Yet some billionaire and company is getting paid, having fun, and you have to be a retard to not understand it. You have to be, excuse me. Maybe not retard. I know that's offensive to some people, but I don't mean it that way. What I mean is something has to be wrong with you to not understand this. Your brain is not functioning normally. You are definitely slow. You're slow on the academic. You didn't get. You're not. Whatever degree you have, whatever diploma you got. Actually, it was given to you. If you believe this kind of shit, you didn't earn it. You know what I'm saying? Like, someone must have just said, fuck it, just let them go on. Just give them the paper and let them move on. No, there's a lot of slow ass Americans, that just ain't doing the math, and they're so dumb. They believe the disinformation that a billionaire would tell them. You know what I'm saying? The billionaires know Americans want billionaires to pay their fair share, and they haven't been for the longest of time. And this is what they believe. The billionaires throw these little lies out there. Yeah, taxes, it ain't in the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? And some broke ass has the nerve to recite the same thing a billionaire says, even though a billionaire would never let that broke ass, anywhere close to them ever in their life. So, who was that in the chat? Who wrote that? Ring Kinks, stop capping for the billionaires. They don't like you. You're too broke. You're a broke ass. Like, seriously. You in my chat capping for billionaires? Man, you're an embarrassment, dude. You're an embarrassment to regular middle class people, man. God damn, you're embarrassing.
Producers or munitions makers. I mean, that's the nature of the game. It becomes too much money that we have to pay for a war, so you're going to have to cut it from the people who can least afford it.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you've got defense contractors who are going to be raking it in, and other folks who are close to the president are going to be raking it in. But
they're raking it in.
American people will suffer. And of course, this comes on top of what Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington did last year, right? They passed their so-called big, beautiful bill, which was beautiful if you're a billionaire. You got really big tax cuts. But to partially pay for that, they cut Medicaid, they cut food and nutrition programs. So now comes this year, and Donald Trump goes off and starts a war and says, well,
I hear you, Justice. I hear you.
We're going to have to cut back on Medicare. We're going to have to cut back on Medicaid. We're going to have to cut back on our efforts to make child care more affordable. So at the end of the day, he is screwing the American people and doing exactly what he said he was going to avoid. He said he was going to focus on things here at home, keep us out of foreign wars. He's done exactly the opposite.
I was talking to Ben Rhodes about this a minute ago. I want to play it for you, something that he said about gas prices in the Oval Office. Let's listen.
Gas prices, today they hit
$4. What's up, Jesper?
We're $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at
Vesa, Jesper, är du danska? Vesa.
us in
Of
6
course,
months.
but Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling
Tack för det du deltar i chatten.
a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down.
We're not going to have a country that's going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months. That's just nonsensical talk. There's no. I mean, you know these things. You're on serious committees in the Senate. There was no discussion about Iran throwing a nuclear weapon at America in 6 months or 6 years.
Facts.
It was a complete and total lie.
It was a complete and utter reversal, a total reversal of what Trump has been saying forever. It's just, and he just reversed it. This is the most embarrassing. Look at this. I just got to show you this. I'm sorry. This person is in the chat and they are embarrassing. They are embarrassing themselves. And please remove the word black from your username. God damn. Never trust a person that's so overt about their con game.
Ali. And,
look at this dumbass comment. American flag, American flag, American flag, American flag, American flag. Trump president. What the fuck? Trolling.
President himself, told the country last year that he had
Obliterated it.
Iran's nuclear enrichment program, obliterated it. And then his DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, testified publicly the other day that Iran has made no effort to try to reconstitute that nuclear enrichment program. And so that was just a complete and total lie. And as you and Ben
exactly. Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, she says herself Iran has made no effort to enrich the uranium. Why does she even have a job? Trump fired Pam Bondi. She goes exactly against what Trump says, what Israel says, and she still got a job. That's crazy, right? I mean, what is going on? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? How do you explain that to people? That's not normally how things should work. Your national security advisor or personnel should say similar things to what you say. They should back up your policy. And Tulsi Gabbard didn't. She did the opposite, and she still got a job. That tells you something is very strange about Trump's cabinet. The people who pick him, there's some hidden hands that have some different opinions than Trump, apparently, because that job, they got somebody very different in that post. Kash Patel. Look at Kash Patel. Who's Kash Patel really working for? I'm serious. I'm being serious. These are first. Listen, I'm not MAGA, and I don't support this kind of hunting down and blaming everything on immigrants policy. I don't. I think it's trash. But since MAGA believes in this, right, and a lot of people they project it on Fox News, so a lot of Americans believe that. It's worth thinking of asking the question, at least to them, why do you all believe in first generation immigrants? Why do you believe people that just their parents just came to the U.S. and now why are you believing Tulsi Gabbard? Why do you believe Kash Patel? I'm just curious, because it seems to be the exact opposite of what they say. You see what I mean? This MAGA people, the MAGA movement, they have so many people that are look at Elon Musk, man. He's got 3 passports. He's not even born and raised in the United States of America. I mean, he's even worse than Kash Patel. It seems like there's a lot of hidden hand foreign influence in the Trump cabinet that can't really, that might explain some of their weird actions. It might explain how Tulsi Gabbard says one thing totally opposite from Netanyahu and Trump. That's all I'm saying. So who's telling her what to say?
I mean, they're nowhere near any kind of ballistic.
Why is she there? Did Trump want her there? Or is it something else?
Missile that can reach the United States. So this was all a fabrication by the President of the United States to try to justify his actions while Americans are hurting here at home. We've lost 13 of our service members, hundreds wounded. As you discussed, thousands of civilians killed in the region.
All right.
And we're paying $2 billion a day, we, the American taxpayers, while gas prices are going up. And now Donald Trump says, well, You know, we've got to cut back on other investments that are important to the American people. This war should never have started. We should end it now. Donald Trump is talking about asking for another $200 billion. And I can tell you, Allie, I won't vote for one more dime for this illegal war of choice.
Yeah, and that's crazy. Yo, do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Share the video. It helps more people come into the stream. Yo, now, but it gets worse. I mean, Trump is talking like this, but he does have money for war. But this is what's happening. This is what's happening to our soldiers. Like, this is crazy. We're not even at war officially, but already F-13s or
Crew
whatever
members have been
are being shot down. Listen to this.
rescued after a U.S. fighter jet was shot down over Iran. Images of the wreckage shared by Iranian state media match that of a U.S. F-15, including this ejection seat that appears to be damaged. Let's take a closer look now with Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel Layton, we didn't see the seat there, but I'm sure you have the image here. When you see something like this, you hear that one of the crew members was rescued. No determination yet on the other one. What scenarios come to mind?
So there are a lot of scenarios that come to mind here, Boris, but as you can see, this, of course, is the ejection seat right here. It appears to have some damage associated with it. This would be consistent with an explosion that would be a natural part of the actual ejection. So basically, these have an explosive charge. These ejection seats have an explosive charge underneath them, and that forces, that explosive charge, when activated, forces the person that's sitting in the seat up out of the aircraft, and then that's when the parachutes are deployed and things like that happen. So this is not inconsistent with a safe ejection, and it's something that is definitely survivable from that, assuming that the impact and everything was as we see here, where everything is kind of right side up in this case.
Yeah. When it was initially reported, state media in Iran suggested that this was an F-35 stealth fighter jet, but upon closer inspection of some of the photos of the wreckage, analysts have since determined that this is more likely an F-15. It's more consistent with the makeup of an F-15. Help us understand.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. So, you basically look at the type of metal that is used in this particular case. You look at the markings, and you look at the way in which all of this is, printed in.
Yo, Christian, what's up? This is so hilarious, right? Christian says, check this out. Christian says, I'm not a military expert, but I can determine the seat is damaged. Let me be devil's advocate. Nah, that seat looks perfectly fine, man. Stop being a boo-hooer, man. You lefties, man. You lefties are always, trying to root against our troops. It's not damaged. It's aged. This is how it's supposed to look, God damn it.
Stenciled in here, and the type of rivets that you see, all of that is consistent with an F-15.
Fries, what's up, Fries, man?
F-15. It is definitely not an F-35, and that is.
Hey, look, somebody, hold on. Here's someone else. User, look at this. Does that sound like a troll name? Look at this. Look at this. It sounds so funny. User, here's the name. This is an individual, a real person, y'all. Okay, so here we go. This is not computer generated. His name is User. His mama named him that, or his daddy, whichever one. Or maybe he don't have parents. I don't know. Maybe he was found in a trash can somewhere, and they were just like, "Hey, little baby, I got a name for you, User." Maybe he's a dope fiend. I don't know. You use drugs, User? All right. EP8 Cool. His name is EP8 Cool 2QH8P, and they have an opinion. Okay, you are a silly conspiracy theorist with TDS. Oh, how original! I am not clicking your like button. Are you? Please, computer. Please, I'm begging you, computer. Can your computer ass just click the button once? Please, I'll give you some. What can I do for a computer? What does a computer need? What does an AI generated comment need? How can I bribe you to click the like button? Good computer. You're smart, computer. Yeah. That was real original.
It's important
maybe it'll do it now.
An F-15 is not a stealth aircraft. The F-35 is a stealth aircraft, and it's harder to detect, almost impossible for standard radar to detect the F-35. F-15 can be detected by radar.
Yeah, if it were an F-35, I imagine that it would symbolize a different capacity for Iran's military, whereas this does not.
User says they're out of here. No, you're not going anywhere until I kick you out, you fucking idiot. You fucking computer. You stay here until I tell you to, goddammit.
I do want to get your thoughts on the video that was geolocated.
User is a slave.
Located by CNN, showing a plane flying low over the ground while 2 helicopters are nearby. It's believed to be part of the rescue operation. Walk us through what's happening.
Yeah, so what you see here is there's a refueling aircraft here. That's a C-130, an HC-130, and that's designed to refuel helicopters like this. These are probably the HH-60 helicopters that are being used by the Air Force's search and rescue capability. There's a search and rescue unit that's out of the 1st Special Operations Wing that could possibly be involved in this. And these aircraft are designed to extend the range of the helicopters so they can go further into the area that we have here. So when you look at the area that you see here, this is in southwestern Iran called Khuzestan province. This is the area where this is most likely to have occurred.
All right, hold on now. Let me pull up the map real quick. They said it's called Khuzestan. Okay, so let me look that up. Let me just get a full image of Iran. It's next to that lake, right? But they said it's in western. Okay, but it's in the eastern west part. It's far east west. You know what I mean? It's not on the western border. You know, it's in the center of Iran. But let's just pull this up here real quick. Iran. And see what it looks like. Let me see here so people can see it right for themselves. Damn, what? You know what? I got to do something about this. There's something that keeps popping up every time I open this map up lately, and I don't know what the hell it is, but come on. Get out of here. What is going on? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I got it now. So let me pull the map up. Boom. Y'all see that? This is the what is this called? The right, the Straits. Now this is the can y'all see this part? Here we go. Just to pull it down. So they're talking about Kyrgyzstan. Let me just blow it up a little bit. Here we go. And if I go back to this, it's called Khuzestan. Sorry, Khuzestan is, where's that little hack at? Oh, so that's Azure. Is that what? Hold on. Am I looking at the wrong damn? Why is something's going on? I'm looking at the wrong map here. Iran, Tehran. Okay, so I'm looking at the wrong area. So this is on the Straits of Hormuz. Is that what they're talking about? Okay, it's down here. Okay, I thought that water was a lake. Sorry about that. So it's down here somewhere near this little hack. I don't see that. All right, so let me just put it up in here real quick. Khuzestan. Okay, it's right there. So, oh, I got it. There it is. So they're right. I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure of it. It is right here. Okay, so that is okay. That makes sense now. I thought that was actually the lake they were showing, but it's not. All right, so let's continue here.
And it is an area where they would have had the capability to refuel even in Iranian airspace, so that could then extend their range into other parts of Iran if necessary.
Put this into context for us, because even if it is an F-15 and not an F-35,
hold on,
there is still.
So they said it launched from there. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting it. It looks different on that map. I don't understand why it looks different. Hold on, let me go back. Tehran is there. Tehran is here. I have no clue what is going on. This looks nothing like what I'm seeing. You can't see Tehran. Oh, okay. Let me fix that real quick. Is that this one? Right. This one. There's Tehran at the top. Can somebody tell me what the heck is going on here? This looks nothing like what they're showing. I'm confused by that. Yo, let me look in the chat. What's going on here? I'm sorry. We're playing on MapQuest. Yo, what is this? I can't. Is that making sense to you all? Is this making any sense? I'm not seeing. Is Iran the blue thing? Is that what they're trying to say? That's what it is. Okay, now I'm getting it. Why did they make Iran blue? So they made the whole country of Iran blue. Now I understand what's going on here. All right, I'm sorry. It took me a second. It's the blue. It just threw me. That makes no damn sense. So it's this little hack right here, right? It's above. I get it now. So it is Western. It's Western, and it's above the it's at the end of the lake, right? It's at the end. Yeah, I see it now. So not the lake. It's at the end of the straits. Okay, so where the straits hits land, that's where this spot is. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm waiting. It just took me a second I got confused by the blue. I'm sorry. All right, so let's
because
go.
even if it is an F-15 and not an F-35, there is still some symbolism to draw from this, especially because just a few nights ago, you had the President of the United States touting the U.S. military's ability to destroy Iran's offensive capability. We've heard the Defense Secretary talking about dominion over the skies of Iran. This contradicts that to a degree.
To a degree, it does, yeah. And so you see, when you look at all of these strikes right here, there's a considerable amount of effort that was put into this. So there's no doubt that basically thousands of strike sorties were flown against Western Iran, Southern Iran, and of course the area around Tehran. And when you look at the concentration right here of strikes in this area, and then you look at the types of strikes that were done here in the western part of the country and in the west central part of the country, you can see that there are a lot of areas that have been hit. And of course, the Iranians are doing the same thing over here in Israel as well. But having said all of that, the key thing is this: no matter how often you strike at targets like this, there are still capabilities that are existent within the Iranian arsenal. CNN reporting has at least half of the missile forces that were believed to have existed before the war still in existence right now. And one of the reasons for that is the way that they can disperse these forces. They have them on mobile launchers. They have them on trucks basically that go all over the place that are harder to detect. And plus they bury them underground. So they have these hardened tunnels that are designed specifically to survive these kinds of attacks. Iran has been preparing for this kind of a war for a very long time. And we're seeing the results of that preparation. It doesn't mean that they're winning, but what it does mean is that they have a capability to not only fight back, but they have a capability to down some of our aircraft if we're not careful and if the proper defenses aren't dispersed by the aircraft itself. F-15 does have the capability to disperse some defensive chaff, for example, which is like aluminum foil coming out of the aircraft. But be that as it may, they can do a lot of damage to aircraft like that, especially if it's a heat-seeking missile as opposed to a radar missile.
Colonel Cedric Layton, appreciate the expertise. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Boris.
I want to bring in now retired U.S. Lieutenant General Mark Schwartz.
Yo, no Jethro Tull, what's up? Jazzy Music, what's up?
For more on this breaking news as we continue to ask about the fate of that second crew member. Thank you for being
Chad, what's up?
With us. And I do want to lean on your experience, given your command of special forces. What is happening right now in terms of trying to keep that crew member alive? That crew member remains unaccounted for. And can you just kind of give us some insight onto how difficult this is? And I do want to bring up again for viewers that image that CNN has that was released by Iranian media of the damaged ejection seat. CNN analysis does indicate
Julia,
that
what's
it is
up?
likely from that CF-15.
Midnight, what's up, Midnight? How's everything going? Yeah. Big up to everybody in the chat. Listen, do me a favor, click the like button if you get a chance to click it. If you're watching on your TV, click the like button. If you just got your mobile phone, click the like button. It's going to help more people come into the stream. You know, it's going to help people get it up in their little short stream or whatever, their shorts on their phone. So appreciate it. All right, let's go.
Paula, good to be with you. So right now what's happening back at Central Command headquarters, probably a forward search and rescue headquarters where you saw that HC-130 and those Pavlov helicopters launched from. They're continuing the planning process. There's a high potential that they have communication with the other isolated crew member, whether that's the weapons service officer or the systems officer, or the pilot. Darkness is the friend of the isolated person, and frankly, the friend of the U.S. forces trying to recover this individual right now. So planning's ongoing right now. If they do have communications with them, they're setting up, an opportunity to retrieve him and recover him back into U.S. custody, if you will.
So he's not in U.S. custody. I appreciate that, Midnight. Thanks. Midnight says, I'm vibing, bro. Thanks for spreading the awareness. Yeah, and thank everybody for joining me. You know, we on Grown Talk here. I mean, come on now. We real people, though. I'm a real human being. I'm down-to-earth human being. But at this time, my country is in need. So, and also the country that I live in, Denmark, is also in need because, my own goddamn president, I didn't vote for him, had the nerve to try to attack this place and talk down about this place. And, and of course, I have to stand up for that. And so I've been doing that. I've been working together with other Americans here, organizing demonstrations. And at the same time, just on the low, I've been telling, all my Danish friends and Danes associates know my feelings about this because I'm very direct about it. It's like I consider Trump a treasonous, very simple. He is a lunatic, and it's important that Americans that live in Denmark, that we let Danes know that, hey, first of all, don't listen to this guy. He's a sicko. And that we in the United States can learn from Denmark and learn from how Danes do things, because we know that what has been accomplished by Denmark. We know that in real life here. And people, like, you see a couple people in the chat every once in a while act like this is a joke. No, your life is not a joke, man. What you invest day to day in your hard labor, it's not a joke. You should actually think more higher of yourself and your self-worth when you go to work every day. You see what I mean? When you hold up your flag, you should think more of yourself. You should think, damn, what comes with this flag? Because that's what Danes do. That's what Norwegians do. That's what Swedish do. That's what Finland people do. That's what everybody else in the Western world does. They're not just waving their goddamn flag for no reason. What the fuck? Who cares if you got an American flag when it don't mean shit? Seriously, make that flag mean something. Make that fucking flag mean something. Like, I'm like, really, like, there's way too many Americans waving that flag like they're proud of it not meaning shit. It is so crazy. At least Europeans, when they hold up that flag, it means something. It means something. If you're a Dane, it means, hey, I'm a Dane. Guess what life is like for me? Guess who I am on this earth? Guess what my countrymen think? That's not what that American flag means. This American flag means what you heard of Trump earlier. We can't do anything about child care, health care. You got to do that stuff to the states, make them pay more taxes. That's what that American flag means. It means Trump. Everything Trump says, that's what it means. You see what I mean? It means the Epstein files. That's what that American flag means today. You know what I'm saying? It used to mean something. I'm not saying it's always perfect, but we can make it. Every generation has a chance to make that flag mean something that generation stands behind. You know what I'm saying? And especially if you're going to be waving it. If you're going to be waving it, then you need to get about your work. Because right now, what the hell? That flag means I pay more for everything and I get less from my taxes. That's what that's. I work harder. I work more hours every week for less security than everybody else in the Western world. I'm a dumbass. That's what it means. And shit. It means I pay taxes, but I got to pull myself up by my own bootstraps.
And if they don't have communications with them, they're using every intelligence resource that they have available to.
They haven't found this guy. That's what the flag means. Haven't found the guy. Haven't found him yet. Where's he at? Trump's going to talk down on him if he gets captured. You know that, right? Trump is going to say he's worthless. He's a loser. That's what Trump called is it PODs? Prisoners of war? POWs, I'm sorry. That's what Trump called POWs in Vietnam. Losers. And if they don't find this guy, that's what Trump is going to call them. This is what the American flag means today. That's what it means. You know? All kinds of people died for that flag, though. Don't get it twisted. I have relatives that gave their life for that flag, that fought under that flag. Both sides of my family. But today, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It means MAGA Mike Johnson. That's what it means. It means Kristi Noem's husband jumping around with some fake breast on, cross-dressing in the daytime while she goes to work in the morning talking about being a conservative Christian and shit. That's what it means today. All kinds of shit.
To include,
it means don't go in that bathroom. You know what I'm saying? It means get an ID. You need to have an ID when you vote.
Satellite imagery overhead.
It means
unmanned.
It means taxation without representation. That's what it means. Actually, right now, it's getting scary. No voting. You don't have voting rights anymore. That's what it means. Bring your American, man. You gotta bring your ID. It means I'm dumb. That's what I'm dumb, y'all. Look at me. I'm a stupid ass American. I'm sorry to say these things. I've never said them before, but this is Trump's presidency. This is what he has made me do. He has made me have to do this. So, yeah. And if he just leave, him and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, I'll stop saying this shit. You know what I'm saying? But until then, I swore to the universe, I'm going to say this shit every fucking day I have a voice and have access to the internet.
Collection capabilities
until they leave
to assist in locating him. And then lastly, what I would say is they've certainly started the very quick debrief of the
GOP is the undercovers. They the undercovers, man. The GOP like to they like their gay activity, in secret. You know what I'm saying? They like to double life gay activity. It's not good enough to just be gay. They like to do a double lifestyle, show up in a suit and pretend and talk Christian values and talk about their family and shit and and then sneak off away from the wife. The wife, they're not even sleeping with their wives and shit in the GOP. That's crazy. They fake like they like their wives. They hold them, but it's not really like I love you. It's like, damn, can she just go to sleep so I can sneak out? That's the GOP, dog.
Pilot or weapons systems officer that they have successfully recovered to.
It shouldn't be that hard to be a heterosexual conservative man. You shouldn't have to fake it, man. Shouldn't have to jump through all kinds of hoops just to fake it, man. Just be who you are. If you're not a heterosexual conservative man, stop faking it, man. It's okay. Look at this. Hold on. Somebody said V. Hold on. It was remember the shoe tapping Republicans V. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, these folks just never fail. And I'm afraid those Epstein files are really going to show more in line of this. But let's continue.
Understand. Hey, did you see two shoots? When you were ejected, and you have an idea in proximity, from a cardinal direction of where that other parachute landed relative to where you were at. So all that information is being brought together to, again, facilitate a successful recovery.
Well, one thing we know for sure, Iran is looking for them. They probably paying a big, $1 million to the first people they capture that find this, and there was people looking. There was people looking, and I just hope they're not captured. But if they are captured, Iran is going to make very good use of them. They're not going to be tortured. I doubt that very seriously. They're going to be paraded around to make Trump look like a jackass, which he would be, So, and look at this guy's eyes. He doesn't look too confident, doesn't look too confident about his belief that they will be found by the U.S. So in any case, so that happened, and then you have more news. It's this is crazy. Well, hold on. This is Trump commenting. More of Trump shenanigans. He's commenting on how much of a jackass he is, and he's very artistic. Trump is very, very artistic with his words, creative with his wording. So let's hear it.
Press now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, and we are following major breaking news in the war with Iran after an American F-15 fighter jet was shot down by Iran today, deep inside Iranian airspace. It's believed the 2 pilots ejected from that aircraft. One pilot has been rescued and is alive, and a search and rescue operation is underway right now for the second pilot.
Okay, that's good news. I'm happy for the pilot that he was found. But one remains on the loose, So we'll see.
We're also just learning that 2 U.S. military helicopters involved in the F-15 search and rescue efforts were struck by Iranian fire, but the service members are safe, according to a U.S. official. Iran state media released these images of what appear to be fragments of that downed fighter jet. A regional governor in southwest Iran is calling on Iranians to try to find the missing American, promising a substantial reward.
Okay, Jethro.
Appearing to show a U.S.
Jethro says there's no evidence of the pilot being rescued. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'm just catching up. I've been at work all night, so I've been catching up, and so that's why I'm here with you all. Do me a favor, if you're watching, click the like button. If you're watching, click the like button. Do me a favor. It helps more people come into the stream. But so I'm just catching up on the news right now. There is more news though. There's a few other crazy things going on, but let's just get past this. This is more serious,
C-130 tanker and 2 helicopters flying over southern Iran as the U.S. is conducting its search and rescue operation. The White House says the president has been briefed on the incident, which marks a significant escalation in the war. This is the first time that we know of that a U.S. aircraft has been shot down behind enemy lines since the conflict began almost 5 weeks ago. Now, all of this comes after President Trump has for several weeks now been touting the success of the U.S. military operations against Iran and claiming U.S. dominance over Iranian airspace. Here's just some of what he said,
Bill, what's up,
during
Bill?
his primetime address to the nation just 2 days ago.
Look, in a certain sense, we've
Joe,
already won.
Joe, I
We've
see you.
knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, and we knocked out all of their communications, their telecommunications, and very importantly, we knocked out their anti-aircraft apparatus.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or
It's called an apparatus and shit.
project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before. They have no anti-aircraft
Levels never seen before. He always says that.
equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are
Remember that for the future. Their radar is 100% annihilated. Okay.
unstoppable as
So how are they a problem then?
a military force, and the country has been eviscerated and essentially
What does it mean to have a country be eviscerated? I need to look that word up. Eviscerated. Let me look that up right now. What does eviscerated? Damn, Trump knows words I don't even know. Mean. Eviscerated. I mean, I know it doesn't mean that great. Doesn't mean anything wonderful, but just to be clear about this shit, eviscerated, right? Eviscerated, spelled with a, yeah, okay, I spelled it wrong. In the most literal biological sense, it means to remove the internal organs of a person or animal. However, in the context of politics, law, or debate, like the news you've been reading, it is used metaphorically. It almost sounds like some shit that Mike Tyson would say. Mike Tyson, it's been eviscerated. You know, what made him think of this word? You know what I'm saying? Eviscerated. Yeah. Okay. Here's the breakdown. To deprive of vital content. Okay. This is what Trump really means. He means to deprive of vital content. Okay. I'm sure he doesn't mean that, but let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. When a critic says a budget or a department has been eviscerated, they mean it has been stripped of its most essential parts, leaving it hollowed out. Oh, damn, he knows a word or two. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, we get it. Fine. He was right that time. Maybe, because we don't know. I mean, apparently, in other words, if it's been eviscerated, then why are they able to shoot down F-15s and shit? What happened to that ability if they've been entirely gutted? I mean, yeah. In any case, Trump is liable to say
Israeli
anything.
No longer a threat.
Earlier this week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also claimed Iran's military has been significantly degraded.
We've been
Now
using
you can tell this is MSN News because they actually are a little more accurate. CNN is not really, doing the news right now. I don't know why, but
days will be
let's
decisive.
see here.
Iran knows that, and there's almost nothing they can
But
militarily
it's NBC.
do
I'm
about
sorry.
it. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, but we will shoot them down.
This latest incident only adding to the
And they will shoot some. They will shoot some F-15s down, and we will go pick up the people.
the heightened tensions in the region. Iran now accusing the U.S. of striking civilian infrastructure, saying 8 people were killed and 95 injured in a U.S. strike on one of Iran's largest bridges, which connects Tehran to a neighboring city. And President Trump changing his tune once again on the war's timeline and objectives. Posting this region, Iran now accusing the U.S. of striking civilian infrastructure, saying 8 people were killed and 95 injured in a U.S. strike on one of Iran's largest bridges, which connects Tehran to a neighboring city. And President Trump changing his tune once again on the war's timeline and objectives. Posting this morning on social media, quote, with a little more time, the U.S. can easily open the Strait of Hormuz and take the oil. Joining me now is NBC News.
How did I mean, this is Trump, though. This is so Trumpian. It's not over. It's past the time he said it would take. He even told people early on when he was calling world leaders, he admitted to this, that he was telling them it would be over in 3 days. You know, all NATO nations, people that didn't join Trump and Netanyahu in this affair, in this, escalation, in this war, as Israel calls it, a war. You should be glad that you didn't, because this motherfucker just straight up lied to you. He told you it would be over in 3 days. Look at that. That would have blown up in your face politically. Everyone would have been like, why did my politicians send? Everyone in the Western world would have been like, why did my politicians send our military there? Right? You would have been out there on the news and shit a month ago talking about Trump said it only going to take 3 days. Yeah, we got to defend the ally. And then look at you now. It's a month in, almost 5 weeks in, and it didn't take 3 days. So be happy you didn't fall for the okie doke, because it will cost you points. Now, there's some people that, somewhere in this, maybe people move more center. In some countries, people move to the right. But I'm just warning you. If you move into the right and you're aligned with Putin, if you're moving to the right and you're aligned with Trumpian ideas, if you're crazy. You're going to be the end of your country if you dare emulate what Trump did. It's just a warning. You don't have to take it. Just go right ahead and do whatever you want to do. Go right ahead and do whatever you want to do. See how it works out for you.
Senior White House correspondent.
Remember, Trump has a lot of the same talking points as right-wingers in Europe, too. So where those talking points come from? Do you believe those talking points? Because those talking points you're going to have to pay for them in real terms if your governments happen to move forward that way. It's not smart right now. What you need to, if you have some brains, this is my geopolitical advice for Europe. You need to be reaching out to the world. Reach out to South America. Reach out to Africa. Do business where Trump doesn't give a fuck. Work there. Make new terms. Throw away old terms. Help with engineering projects that the United States maybe didn't want to help with. Do some things to share, trade. You see what I mean? And take advantage of the gaping hole that the U.S. policy has left there when it retracted from the world. Like, keep in mind, Trump didn't like you either. So what's the next right-wing government in Europe going to look like? You're going to attack other NATO nations too? You're going to follow Trump's lead? What you going to do? Let's see. Let's find out. Brexit was the beginning, but everyone thought, they were like, yeah, let's let them do it first. Let's let the UK, let's let them test it out. And look, they had some serious, issues because of that, economic issues because of that. I'm not saying they're not holding tight. They are, but they had some serious economic issues. You know what I mean? And now look at the environment. You break off. You're not part of the EU. That's interesting, Tommy. Sounds like something Putin would like. But in any case, let's go on.
Garrett Haake, NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Courtney Kube, NBC News military analyst, retired.
Yeah, they paying. People are paying money. Yo, who said that? Who said that? Barbara Walters talking about oil from Iran. Listen, and somebody else said, and Eric said, listen, I'm about to play it. They said that Iran is taking they're taking a toll fee now. Yeah, they're taking a toll fee for the oil for ships. They have a whole process for the ships to go through and pay, and they have to pay in Chinese yen. Yeah, that's what they're doing, or in crypto, and you can get your ship through. So everybody that wants you to get your ship through without Iran attacking your ship, all you got to do is pay $1 a barrel in Chinese yen or in crypto, some kind of cryptocurrency they got, and they will let your ships be escorted out, safely. Yeah, so that's crazy, man.
Army Colonel Steve Warren and NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley, who is in Tel Aviv.
Oh, you talking about France, Eric? Okay.
Courtney, I'm going to start with you. You have been tracking this since we first learned about it. What is the very latest you're hearing?
So we don't have any huge developments in the last few hours anyway, and that is that the U.S. was able to find one of the...
Okay, so they did that. Now, let's see here. That is crazy, right? That's happening. But here we go. Let's get to the next one.
I want to see if I can create a full professional sound.
Why is this happening? I keep skipping that. Let me let's get to the next part. They are paying money, and it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's what happens when you don't have your shit together. But, this is the opportunity that Trump didn't think of. Iran is being very progressive in their maneuvering, and they obviously thought about this in advance. Trump didn't. Trump is not good with math. He doesn't know about global currencies. He doesn't know that Brexit is looking to establish itself, and that Trump is giving them the perfect opportunity in every way, shape, or form to do so. But Europe is also, this is what I'm saying about the right wing. Take advantage. Establish yourself. Establish the EU. Establish your trading ability. You're on the Atlantic. You have great possibilities, for shipping, for trade. The EU signed one of the biggest, I think the biggest trade deal in history with South America this year. It also did another one in Asia, another biggest one. So they had two whopping new trade deals that they put out, huge initiatives. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out of that. But Trump is not doing shit, man. But here, let's check this.
Severe shipping crisis, with commercial traffic down by approximately 95% since military hostilities began on February 28th. Iran is reportedly collecting a toll for ships passing through the Hormuz that suggests the key waterway is being controlled by the Islamic Republic.
Okay, Heather, I appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Iran's parliament recently approved a plan to impose tolls, potentially in rial, yuan, or crypto, on vessels transiting through the strait.
Hey, everybody. Heather says, what did Heather say? Heather says, oh, wow. Heather says, where's her comment at? Oh, yeah. Heather says, smart host, I subscribed. Thank you very much, Heather. Appreciate that.
According to Bloomberg, toll rates are starting at $1 per barrel of oil paid in Chinese yuan or stable coins. Iran has established a new process for passing through the strait. Ship operators must first contact an intermediary company linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or IRG.
So these are the rules. This is how it actually works. The whole system, just for people to know.
Paid in Chinese yuan or stable coins. Iran has established a new process for passing through the strait. Ship operators must first contact an intermediary company linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or IRGC. Operators then provide their vessel details like ownership flag, the cargo, manifest, destination, and crew list, as well as the transponder information. The intermediary then passes
manifest. What did they say? Damn, this is very detailed.
Or IRGC. Operators then provide their vessel details like ownership flag, the cargo, manifest, destination, and crew list, as well as the transponder information. The intermediary then passes the file onto IRGC's Navy Hormozgan Provincial Command for background checks. Iran has a ranking system of 1 to 5 for nations with ships from countries that are seen as friendly more likely to get better terms. Once the toll is paid, the IRGC issues.
I mean, this is absurd. This is a rational thought by Iran, because look, Trump, he set the playing field for this. He had the opportunity to make the foreground. In Danish, it's called foreground, but they set the playing field. You know, he had the opportunity to set the playing field. So what Trump did when he got into office was immediately attack all U.S. allies. You know, ostracize the U.S. in their eyes, right? So he's laid the playing field right there, right? Then now, because of that, it's cheaper to pay the dollar fee for each barrel of oil than to carry water for Trump. And Iran sees that. They're noticing how people are responding to Trump. They notice how the EU responds to Trump. They notice how the rest of NATO responds to Trump. They notice how the world, Colombia, is responding to Trump. They notice how everybody's responding to Trump. And so although there are always concerns about different issues going on in the world, this issue is not one of them for most people. Iran is not an issue for most people. This is what it is. It's just very simple. People, the real issue is they want their oil cheap right now until they fully integrate over into green energy. This is what people want. They don't want no bullshit right now. They're on their way to a destination in the future of their countries to rebuild what energy looks like. And they don't want any hang-ups at the last minute about their oil and their energy prices until they're ready to go 100%, sustainable green. And so Trump has done the opposite. He's worked against that policy. He said, yeah, we know you're all going green. We know your economies are moving forward and you're looking to do good things for your people. But I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in your shit and help Putin out. And that's just what Trump did. And Iran sees that. They see that. And so now they're saying, you know what? You weren't really our problem. You know, not all of you. It's just a couple of you that were probably really a pain in the ass for a while. And, so we'll let the rest of you, just, pay for it $1 each barrel more. How about that? Can we set up a friendly deal like that? And this is most of the world is going to say yeah to that if they need it. You know what I'm saying? Most people are going to say, yeah, thank you. So Jethro says France paid it. Japan paid it. Who else? Let's see who else has paid this damn thing. Which countries have paid the new Iranian toll? This is just so hilarious, man. I mean, let's see here. Iranian troll is high stakes standoff. Yeah, it is. Let's see what it says here. The Iranian troll is a high stakes standoff, currently unfolding in the Straits of Hormuz following the start of Operation Epic Fury. Yeah, we know Pete Hegseth called it that. That's what Pete Hegseth calls it, Operation Epic Fury. So this is a result of Operation Epic Fury. Okay. Okay. So in the escalating conflict in the region, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has established a de facto toll booth system claiming sovereignty over the waterway. As of April 4th, 2026, damn, this is just brand new. This is today. The situation is categorized by a split between nations paying nations, negotiating, and nations defying the fee. Countries that have paid most payments are reportedly being settled in Chinese yuan. Is it yen? I'm sorry. It's pronounced yen, right? In Chinese yen to bypass the U.S. dollar-based sanctions, okay? China, at least one major Chinese container ship was confirmed by Lloyd's List to have paid the toll to secure safe passage. China is currently the primary nation utilizing the pay-to-pass system to keep its energy and goods flowing. Shadow or zombie tankers, various vessels with opaque ownership, often used to transport sanctioned oil, have reportedly paid a fee. These ships often operate under flags of convenience from the countries like Panama or Liberation. What country is called Liberation, man? Though the payments are made by the private operators, not the flag states themselves. Okay, countries negotiating diplomatic clearances. Okay, rather than paying a direct cash toll, several countries are attempting to secure passage through government-to-government negotiations. These vessels are still required to use the IRGC-controlled corridor and receive clearance codes. India and Pakistan, both nations have had vessels transit the strait recently. Okay. Now let's see here. Reports suggest that they are using diplomatic channels to coordinate with Tehran rather than paying $2 million per ship fee suggested by Iranian lawmakers. While Malaysia has explicitly stated its vessels are not paying tolls, they are in active discussions with Iranian foreign minister to assure their ships are classified as non-hostile. South Korea, currently in high-level talks to ensure the safety of its tankers without triggering U.S. sanctions for funding terrorism. Trump said people can buy their oil. So didn't Trump say people can buy their oil? So how would he sanction them now? He just said 2 days ago, yeah, go and buy. Hold on. Did he say that? No, that was about Cuba. I'm sorry. That was about Cuba, maybe. All right. So let's see here. Countries define the toll. The United States, the Trump administration has been the most vocal opponent. The Treasury Department recently issued a warning that any company captain who pays the toll will be sanctioned and treated as a terror financer. European Union, Spain, France. While some European commercial operators are reportedly nervous, official EU policy has been to reject legality of a toll. However, many European shipping giants are simply rerouting around the Cape of Good. That's South Africa. Okay. Hope to avoid risk entirely. Okay. So that's, I guess that has something more to do with the Houthis, right? So key risk for shippers. The toll has created a massive legal trap for global shipping. If they pay, they risk being seized, sanctioned by the U.S. Navy or Treasury for funding IRGC. If they don't pay, they risk being harassed, seized, or turned back to the Iranian. Okay. But let me see here. Did France or Japan or any others make deals? Let's see here. Just curious about that. Situation with France and Japan has shifted significantly in the last 48 hours. Both countries are currently performing a delicate balancing act, trying to keep their energy supplies, moving without officially recognizing the legality of the Iranian toll or defining the U.S. sanctions regime. Okay, as of April 4th, here's how the specific countries and others are navigating the Tehran toll booth. France, quiet transit. France has become the first Western nation to have major commercial vessels pass through the straits since the conflict began. Damn. So France has made some sort of deal. The deal. France has not officially paid the cash toll. Instead, they appear to have negotiated non-hostile status through diplomatic channels. Bravo to France. Yeah, you're a sovereign country. You're responsible for your people. Right? Who else is going to help you? Who else is going to help your people keep the energy costs down? I mean, I'm not saying there aren't other things going on with energy in France, and they're buying oil from many people probably. But who's to say? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you want to stick your chest out and be the one who pays for Trump's and Netanyahu's conflict? Go right ahead if you want to. The transit. On Thursday, April 2nd, a container ship owned by the French giant CGM, the Creeby, successfully crossed. Notably, the ship's transponder broadcast the message "Owner France" in the destination field, a signal to Iranian patrols that the vessel should be treated as diplomatic friendly. Political fallout. This has caused friction with the U.S. State Department, which views the coordination with Iran as a crack on the coalition. What coalition? You didn't even inform your coalition members. No information in advance. Nothing. Just, we're going to do this. Surprise. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, no respect. No respect at all. Yeah. Japan. The Omni Shield strategy. Japan is using a more clever and direct method to move its gas supplies while avoiding the direct deal with Tehran. The tactic. On Thursday, a massive LNG carrier co-owned by Japan's Mitsui OSK crossed the straits. However, rather than identifying as a Japanese ship, it hugged the southern coast, Omani waters, and signaled Omani ship on its transponder. The rationale: by borrowing the identity of Oman, which has a long-standing monitoring protocol with Iran, Japan is able to get its ship through without technically paying the $2 million transit fee or signing a formal agreement that would anger the Trump administration. Other countries that have made deals. Damn, there's other countries that made deals? What the fuck? This is many, y'all. I had no idea. Yeah, but I'm interested in the news, luckily. So I do read every morning. That's how I find out. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't read, I wouldn't find out, right? Who's telling me? But besides my chat. Okay. So, yeah, but we got to make it official. So this is what's actually in the news. China confirmed deal, paying yen. Ships are granted. I mean, China's paying in its own currency. Pakistan, Thailand submitted specific ship names. Bangkok Corp to Tehran for pre-clearance coordination. Okay, Thailand. Malaysia, diplomatic gratitude. PM Anwar Ibrahim explicitly thanked Iran for safe passage for Malaysian tankers. Philippines, safe passage. Recently granted non-hostile status to protect Filipino sailors in the region. So this is like a geopolitical shift. If you notice, to me, it seems it's definitely a geopolitical shift. You know, Trump is actually the one who's ushering the geopolitical shift in. It's happening during his presidency. Yeah, he's been very effective at ushering it in very swiftly and fast. Although I don't know if he likes it. But he is behind it. You know, he won't take responsibility. But once he's dead, everyone in the U.S. will know. They will call him. That will be his statue. Here once lied a treasonist. You know, he is no more. It's going to be some shit like that on his tombstone. Okay. Now, Omani Protocol. The new development in the last 24 hours is the Iran-Oman Draft Protocol. This is a proposed system where ships would obtain permits, special license to transit. The catch: the U.S. and the EU, specifically EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas, have already rejected the proposal, calling it an illegal pay-to-pass scheme that violates the law of the sea. Bottom line, while no Western government wants to be seen paying the toll, France and Japan are finding ways to communicate with the Iranian Coast Guard to ensure their ships aren't seized or fired upon, creating a growing divide between their pragmatic energy needs and the Trump administration's policy. So, kudos to you countries for finding out how to maintain in these times. Let's see here. Let me see what this looks like. What is this? Okay, current status: down 5-8 ships from 100. Damn, down to 5 to 8 ships from 138. It is what it is. It is what it is. And yeah, what the hell can you do about it? But next on the menu, now that we covered a little bit of that, there's something more embarrassing, but it's still Trump, and that is what is going on here. This is incredible. This is Caroline freaking Levitt. Yes, the person that Dursky, is his name Dursky, the comedian, trolled, and she tried to sue him, and he was like, I don't give a fuck. I got lawyers, man. This is my freedom of speech I'm doing. I didn't mention your name. People just thought of you when I said this stuff. He made a complete fool out of her, and she gave this little crying tear thing about, I hate this. I hate when people play this stuff, but this crying tear thing about white men being oppressed in America, in the United States, and okay, how? They're represented more than any other group in every aspect of government. You know what I'm saying? In the economy, they're represented more than anyone else. We talking about the men, not women, the men. Yeah, they control all the wealth of the country. I don't know what's going on. It seems like the rich white men don't even care about middle-class white men, to be honest with you, because they got all the money. The billionaires in the U.S. collectively have more money than anyone in any other nation, period. They hold a big share of the global wealth, even. They got the biggest share of the global wealth, and they're talking about... And they're sitting there talking about how they're treated poorly, but yet they don't believe in child care for these middle-class white men. They don't believe in education for these middle-class white men. They don't believe in health care for these middle-class white men or their families. I mean, it's just hypocrisy at its finest, And Dursky, the comedian, I hope I'm saying his name right, he trolled her, because it is stupid. And but in any case, when people get to play these culture wars, information and accuracy falls to the side. It's people are more interested in the cultural aspect than the information being accurate. So let me see here. This is a little bit of her blah 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 that she had. Caroline Levitt and Erica Kirk. She got her ass trolled. Let's see.
Director for former Congresswoman, soon to be former Alista, and I was.
Here we go. Let's see here. Damn, they just started off at the races already. Let's see. Is it here? Come on.
9 months. Yeah.
Here we go.
Wow.
All right.
Yes. So let's hope that I don't have to go to GW Hospital tonight.
People are saying that Caroline Levitt had a black eye. Yes, in her White House thing that she just gave. I'm gonna check in on that too in a second. This is just Rafika. What's up? There you go. Cemetery. Yeah, the 1% don't care about anybody. They don't give a damn, man. They some hypocrites, man. They goddamn hypocrites, man. You know what I mean? So, but this is what folks vote for. They vote for hypocrites. Oh well, you got to be on your own with that hypocrite shit as a nation. Because I want my health care with my taxes, okay? How dare I intrude in on that party? I want to stay way out of the U.S. until Trump is gone and some civil people that care about Americans actually are in government and in Congress and in the Senate and in the Supreme Court and actually do something right by American citizens. Something like everybody else's Supreme Court and Parliament has done for their citizens in other Western nations. Nothing different. Nothing different. We don't have to be different. Let's do what works for a change.
I hope so too. We were reminiscing backstage of.
I want what the other Westerners have. Stop handing me this broken U.S. shit. Okay, I'm tired of it. I'm tired.
How when I was pregnant, I was like 190 some pounds, and Charlie kept bringing me. You want a hot fudge sundae tonight, don't you? And I was like,
she is so fucking phony. No one believes her, and she's still trying to live off Charlie Kirk's dead body. It's like, come on, lady, come on. What is this? You know, she cashed in on this man's death. I don't know what to say, but Caroline Leavitt is right there. I mean, I feel sorry for them. They're teaching little girls to be foul. And by the way, it's not just them. Don't think it's because they have blonde hair and their skin color happens to match that this is the particular type. It's not. You know, I just got an invitation. I ain't going to say too much, but I got an invitation from a person who over the phone in writing to something that didn't even bother to tell me who they were, that I already knew who they were by a different name. They had changed their name, and the person didn't even bother to tell me who they were. Isn't that weird? Isn't that there's no standards, no morals, no honesty. You see what I mean? No up to front standards. And so this has nothing to do with how they look. These two people could be black with afros doing this shit. I hate to say that, but it's true. They could be Iranian with some towels on their head doing the same game. You know, there's no that's also a bad look. But they could be wearing yarmulkes and shit doing this same old fake ass game. They could be, you know, in China somewhere being fake as fuck. You know what I mean? There's no particular Africa, South America, anywhere. You know what I'm saying? They could be in Europe doing this. There's a fraction of people that bullshit like this. And this is what I'm talking about. This is a person in Europe. And the person in Europe doesn't look like this though. So that's the catch. But they still were full of shit because they didn't even bother to tell me who the fuck I was talking to. They acted like I was talking to someone I didn't know. Well, that is weird. But this is the American version of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? By the way, these people advocate for totally different things, but yet they have that in common. So I just wanted to say that. But yeah.
I actually do. He's like, I'll come back. I'll go get one. And he just kept bringing all these different treats. Every night he'd come home from work. And that's how I was very fat and happy when I was pregnant. And you look amazing.
That's what husbands are for during pregnancy. And there has been no shortage of ice cream in our house either. So
they live vicariously through it all.
Yeah, Caroline Leavitt is the next for the chopping block. Curly, what's up? Exactly. They all up there, man. Donald Trump already dissed her. But they're all gone, man. This is pathetic. You know, they should not be laughing or smiling. You know, they are a bad example of what leadership is supposed to be. Just total bad, phony. It's almost like they're pick-me's or some shit. You know what I mean? Like going way beyond the Call of Duty, and very bad at it too. Like nothing professional about them.
Share with us how you met Charlie. I love hearing these stories of how people, their favorite memory or how they met him or what they carry with them from Charlie.
Yeah. So I was first introduced to
All right, let's get a close-up of her fake ass because this is what matters. It's not what she says. It's her lying ass face that's going to matter here. So I can't believe I said it that way, but it's true. That's what matters. It's her lying ass face. Let's try to, and let me take my camera off. Let's try to get a good look at her when she lies. Let's start over, Erica. Ask that question again.
I really do. He's like, I'll come back. I'll go get one. And he just kept bringing all these different treats. Every night he'd come home from work. And that's how I was very fat and happy when I was.
Don't you? It's people that always start off with this really fake smile. They're just so happy and so chipper and giddy and shit. But That's the fakeness.
Is pregnant, and you look amazing.
That's what husbands are for during pregnancy. And there has been no shortage of ice cream in our house either. So
They live vicariously.
Somebody said she got a black eye somewhere. Who said that?
So share with us how you met Charlie. I love hearing these stories of how people, their favorite memory or how they met him or what.
Yeah, Candace Owens is on her like a bulldog, you know, but she's finally got it right. I don't normally give a goddamn about Candace Owens, but this time she's been spot on. Candace Owens has been spot on with this shit. Like, yeah, I'm surprised. Congratulations to her also, because she was a bona fide Trump sycophant, and it only ended after Trump got in office for a while. You know, she was like, don't ever forget, she was that girl that Candace Owens was that black girl that carried water for fucking Trump, you know, and she had a way at you know, helping. You know, when people see a large group of folks, they want to fit in the crowd. So when you see enough people doing something, a lot of people can't think for themselves. So they just feel like joining the crowd is what they have to do, even if this doesn't make sense, you know. And Candace Owens joined the crowd. She's like that, man. She's a pick-me, her damn self. But now she's changed. I don't want to be too hard on her, but I just think, yo, lady, let's just be honest. Candace Owens, you were dumb. You fell for the okie doke, and you need to ask yourself why you fell for it and be honest about it, because you said a lot about immigrants. You said a lot about liberals, you know, and you were wrong. How can you mean? Okay, so if you voted for Trump, then how does that make anything else you say right? If you get it so wrong that you vote and advocate for a dude whose best friend is the most prolific child sex trafficker in the country, blackmailer, deviant, and Trump is his best friend, and that's the person that was so smart, huh? He's just hanging out with Epstein. Now it never thought to you that he had any criminal activity, anything to do with it. Never crossed your mind at all, Candace Owens. I mean, that shit is crazy, you know. And now she's cured herself of TDS. Trump derangement syndrome. She no longer has Trump derangement syndrome. She's no longer falling for, is deranged to fall for Trump. You see what I mean? Now she can see the light. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but in any case, kudos to you, Candace. Yay.
What they carry.
Finally got it right.
With them of Charlie.
Yeah. So I was first introduced to Charlie, as you know, during my
Let's watch her face.
Congressional campaign in 2022. I ran for Congress up in New Hampshire, which is my home state.
Boo. And do you know she still owed money? Let's stop right there. Here we go. First thing came out of her damn mouth. Let's see if it adds up, how that adds up with the facts. Did Caroline lying ass Levitt political campaign collect money? It did not pay back, or some other scandal. Let's see. Fuck it. Let's just call it a scandal. Does she have money scandals with her campaign? Let's find out. I'm pretty sure she does. I read it before, but I just want to pull the information up so we get only the facts, the pure facts of it. Come on, man. What's taking us so long? Let me hear her say that again while this pulls up. Here we go.
I love hearing these stories of how people, their favorite memory or how they met him or what they carry with them of Charlie.
Yeah. So I was first introduced to Charlie, as you know, during my congressional campaign in 2022. I ran for Congress up in New Hampshire, which is my home state. We have some Granite Staters. Hi, guys. The first in the nation primary state. That's how I was introduced to politics. I came to D.C. I worked in President Trump's White House in the first term, started as an intern. And then, unfortunately, Joe Biden was installed as president of the United States.
All right, so let's go back. You see how quick she just skipped over that main part? It doesn't matter that there was a scandal, right?
Charlie.
Yeah. So I was first introduced to Charlie, as you know, during my congressional campaign in 2022.
Okay, so congressional campaign in 2022, right? So what it says here is their ongoing situation involving Caroline Leavitt, who currently serves as the White House press secretary. The issue is not a scandal in the sense of stolen money or personal use, but rather a significant campaign finance debt that has remained unpaid for several years. Here's the details. The debt from 2022, right? The controversy stems from Leavitt's unsuccessful 2022 run for Congress in New Hampshire, according to the Federal Election Committee. Okay, let me see something here. According to the Federal Election Committee, right? Let's pull this up. Boom. According to the Federal Election Commission, FEC, filings updated in early 2026, her old campaign committee, Caroline, Congress still owes $326,000. Her old campaign committee, Caroline for Congress, still owes. So she still owes this money. Okay. The illegal donations, right? The primary issue is that the campaign accepted excessive donations, right? This is who we talking about. Money that went over the legal individual limit. That's fraud, right? Some sort of fraud, right? Or it's wrong. It goes against the campaign finance laws, right? And the corporate donations, okay? So accepted excessive donations, money that went over the legal individual limit, and corporate donations. Which were generally prohibited for candidate committees. So she got corporate donations for candidate committees, right? Okay. The rule: by law, if a campaign receives an illegal or excessive donation, they have 60 days to refund it, right? This is who we talking about, Caroline Leavitt, right? The failure, Leavitt's campaign reportedly failed to issue these refunds. Yeah, they failed to issue the refunds. As of early 2026, the campaign still owes approximately $210,000 in refunds to donors who gave too much, as well as tens of thousands of dollars to various vendors and businesses. This is the corruption in the U.S. You know, she's smiling about it, though. Yeah, having a great time. This is just normal for us. We're good immigrants. This is what good Americans do. Just follow the rules and you won't have any problem, Caroline Leavitt. Okay. Did Kamala do this? Did Obama do this? Who else? Who else can I name? Did Biden's White House press secretary do this? Did she owe money? Caroline Leavitt? She's of Haitian descent. How does her professional career how does it compare? Actually, I think she's probably a lot more educated than Caroline Leavitt. But in any case, 3, lack of funds to pay it back. How's she broke? Okay, the reason the money hasn't been paid back, she spent it already, is that the campaign committee is essentially broke. This shows you she knows how to run for office. She's really good at it. Okay, recent disclosures show the committee has very little cash on hand, reportedly around $8,000 in the late 2025, early 2026, making it impossible to satisfy the $300,026 in total debt without new fundraising. Ain't that a blip? What a coincidence. She needs to do the same thing that she did before to get this money back, which was a crime. What the fuck? Since Leavitt is now in high-profile White House rather than running for Congress, the campaign has not been, look at this, the campaign has not been able to raise the new money needed to clear these old debts. She never had settled her business before she came into this role, and she didn't even care. 4, the administration's defense, right? So this is what Trump defends her out. This is how they defend her. The White House and Leavitt's representatives have pushed back against the narrative that this is a scandal. Okay, so they don't think it's a scandal. They argued that the bookkeeping issues were administrative errors by the campaign treasurer or consultant, not the candidate herself. Sounds very Trumpian. But who is liable for it? It's the campaign. So it's not Caroline Leavitt personally. She didn't have nothing to do with it. Okay. Just like Trump has nothing to do with nothing his employees do. That was somebody else. That was Michael Cohen who did that. Okay, the response. They have labeled the reporting on this debt as conveniently timed and clickbait, maintaining that the campaign has been in communication with the FEC to resolve the discrepancies. Yeah, okay. Well, we know there's no government looking into it. It isn't a case of pocketeering money, rather. That sounds like, this sounds like projecting. It's not a case of pocketeering money. I mean, I never accused her of that, but this is their answer already. Just in case you don't know, it's not a case of pocketeering money, y'all. So don't look there. This isn't a case of pocketeering money, rather than the case non-compliance with the federal law. That's all it was. Hey, it wasn't me robbing a bank. I just didn't follow the law. Come on. Okay. Critics argued it's an ethics concern, but the press secretary is the voice of the administration, while her private campaign remains in violation of federal refund mandates. Yes, supporters view it as a standard. If messy campaign went down, okay, blah blah blah. But that's who we dealing with. So let's hear more from her about her nice little run for Congress, because she's a good person. You know, she's real good at it. She likes to run for Congress, and you know, she's not like a bad American or anything. You know,
they carry with them of Charlie.
Yeah. So I was first introduced to Charlie, as you know, during my congressional campaign in 2022. I ran for Congress up in New Hampshire, which is my home state. We have some Granite Staters. Hi, guys. The first in the nation primary state. That's how I was introduced to politics. I came to D.C.
So she was introduced to politics. She ran for office immediately. She ran for office immediately, lost, and then she got picked to be the White House press secretary. Wow. What an amazing career.
I worked in President Trump's White House in the first term, started as
she did that first. Then she ran for Congress. Okay, I got it.
An intern. And then, unfortunately, Joe Biden was installed as president of the United States.
Okay, so he was installed, but he wasn't elected. Yeah. Okay. She's a good American, though, right? So, yeah.
So I had to choose a different job. And I went.
Talk about Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, you know, how deranged do you have to be to actually believe the man wasn't elected? That's deranged.
Over to Capitol
And she's saying it just because Trump said it. She never even verified the shit herself.
Hill, and I was a communications director for former Congresswoman, soon to be former Elise Stefanik.
Look, this shows you. So anyway, let me let it play. I hate the fact that she said that. I was at Capitol Hill. And blah, blah, blah. Damn, man.
And she actually really encouraged and inspired me to run for office. So I said, heck yeah, let's do it. And I launched my congressional campaign.
Sounds like she found out you could get some money if you run for office, you know. Yeah. Anyway, let's go.
And Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA were the only organization in the political world that supported me. The entire establishment in this city were with my opponent in the primary, but I think Charlie loved that I was a young person who was stepping.
She didn't take that as a sign. Look, so this is her little phony story. It was the establishment. You know, the establishment never supports people. Oh, okay.
Kirk and Turning Point USA were the only organization in the political world that supported me. The entire establishment in this city were with my opponent in the primary, but I think Charlie loved that I was a young person who was stepping up to the plate, and
so the entire establishment was with her opponent, but the opponent won. So yeah, so she didn't really lose. Okay.
Tyler reached out, flew me out to Arizona, met them at the headquarters, and then they said, we're on board fully. And they truly were. Throughout the entire primary, we met at the investor retreat in Arizona. They introduced me to all of these MAGA Patriot donors who contributed to my campaign. And I'll never.
So she didn't give any of these people their money back. That's crazy. So these are her MAGA donator, the people who donated her money. She didn't even. It's the MAGA donors. She's talking about them like she looks up to them, but she can't even pay them back. She doesn't pay her debts. And she got the money from MAGA people, man. But she's smiling about it like this was a great story. She found a way to turn a fucked up story of fraud, basically, right? Being fake into something great. Your campaign, you ran for office once. Your campaign owes $326,000 in donations that you illegally collected, right? and can't pay back because you spent it all. And it's from people, MAGA donors. That's what she's bragging about. I mean, make it make sense.
Never forget it, because Charlie gave me his word that he would support me, and he did all the way through.
Oh, yeah.
Not just through that.
Yeah, he gave you money, and it was illegal. Corporate money. Listen, it says right here they weren't even allowed to take really this kind of corporate money, but they did. So, and then on top of that, all the other normal people that donated, at this little place right here. Listen, she says it so easily. Here it is. She says it so easily. She admits it. She's very much like Trump too, because she tell you the truth in a sideways manner. Like, listen to the words.
My congressional campaign, and Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA were the only organization in the political world that supported me. The entire establishment in this city were with my opponent in the primary, but I think Charlie loved that I was a young person who was stepping up to the plate, and he and Tyler reached out, flew me out to Arizona, met them at the headquarters, and then they said, we're on board fully, and they truly were throughout the entire primary. We met at the investor retreat in Arizona. They introduced me to all of these MAGA Patriot donors who contributed to my campaign. And I'll never
you don't say so.
forget it, because Charlie gave me his word that he would support me, and he did all the way through.
Wow.
Not just through that congressional run in the primary, and then in the general election when I did lose to the Democrat candidate. But God closed that door but opened another.
So she lost. I wonder how much money that cost her. Let me just ask that one question. How much money did she spend on her campaign, even though she lost? That must be overstated, because today it's not enough to just state the facts. You got to overstate them shits before it gets into past people's Trump derangement syndrome. I can't hear the facts. Trump's going to save my life. I don't care if the economy is going down. Something good for me. Watch. Just wait. 2 more weeks. Okay. In her 2022 bid for New Hampshire, 1st Congressional District, okay, Caroline Leavitt ran a multi-million-dollar campaign that ended with significant spending despite her loss to the incumbent Chris Pappas. So she tried to pay her way to have a seat. She tried to buy a seat, it sounds like. According to the Federal Election Commission, right, which people should pay attention to now. Let me see. Let me pull this up. According to the Federal Election Commission, right? Where's this at? Right. FEC data and reports of early 2026. Here are the financial totals. Total campaign spending. Total raised approximately $3.85 million fucking dollars. Total spent $3.82 million. The result, she lost the general election by about 8 points, 54-46. But the race was one of the most expensive in the country for a House seat. Y'all, this is who we talking about. She is a fucking fraud. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is her expertise on display. Now, put a 1 in the chat if you donated money to her seat for her election. Put a 2 in the chat if the answer is hell fucking no. Yo, I most definitely did not give her none of my goddamn money. I'm not stupid, okay? And slap me if I ever did too, please. Beat my fucking ass if you ever find me donating to Caroline Levitt. Did you? Yeah, Tiger, did you donate money to her campaign? She spent loads of money and lost. Hold on, let me find out if this is a trend. Is this a fucking trend? Did she spend more than her opponent? This is definitely necessary news here. This is real time. I don't know. Okay, so she didn't spend more. Okay, there's a surprise. Don't say I'll be capping out here now. No, she did not spend more than her opponent. Despite significant amounts of money she raised as a first-time candidate, the incumbent Democrat Chris Pappas significantly outspent her, according to the final FEC filings. Okay, how did he do that and not? Okay, and not violate the rules? Let's see. Spending breakdown. Chris Pappas spent approximately $5.1 million. God damn. Caroline Levitt spent, the loser. Look at this. You see, it says loser. She is called a loser. This is the terminology they use, man. She's a loser, right? So, Chris Pappas, winner, spent approximately $5.1 million. Caroline Levitt, loser, spent approximately $3.8 million. But fuck it, it doesn't matter. Anything to beat her. Says Pappas effectively maintained a $1.3 million spending advantage over Levitt, while Levitt was very successful at fundraising for her challenger, raising nearly $4 million. Pappas utilized his incumbency and larger donor base to stay ahead. Television advertising, grassroots organizing. Why the depth is now controversial now. Okay. The reason people are talking about Levitt's finances now isn't just because she lost, but because of how she spent the money compared to what she had. Damn. Pappas ended his campaign with a surplus of extra cash. Bingo. Interesting. Here's where it gets different. Levitt ended her campaign with a deficit. Okay. $326,000. As mentioned before, the scandal aspect of that large portion of that debt, $210,000, was the money she was legally required to refund to donors because they exceeded the legal limit, because she spent $3.8 million. Okay, so you can collect the money, but you can't spend it all. Okay, yeah, you have to hold some for the next time, maybe. I think that's how the law works. That's interesting. That's news to me. I didn't know that. Learning something every day. Okay, because she spent $3.8 million, nearly every dollar she had, she didn't leave enough in the bank to pay those people back or pay her final bills to local New Hampshire business. Damn. In short, she tried to outspend her own budget to keep up with Pappas, which resulted in the legal and financial mess. Okay, now let me see here. Who does she owe money to? Does she also owe private businesses? Okay. Let's see here. I'm just curious. Just to get the breakdown since we did this. Now look, she does owe money to several private businesses, okay? As well as individual donors, right? And consulting firms, okay? The most recent filings as of early 2026 show that her campaign, Caroline for Congress, still carries a total of $300, blah, blah, blah. We know that part. This debt is broken down into two main categories: unpaid bills, vendors, and mandatory refunds for donations that were flagged as illegal or excessive. Here is the list of specific businesses and individuals she owes money to. Private businesses and vendors. There are businesses that provided services for her 2022 campaign or gave donations. So she robbed businesses, yo. She's a damn cheat. She robbed businesses. If you were an illegal immigrant and you did this, not an illegal immigrant, if you were an immigrant, fuck it, any type of immigrant, and you did this, what would Caroline Levitt call you? Just curious. Do MAGA people, is it okay to do that, MAGA people? If you support Trump, tell me, is it okay to do? Put a 1 in the chat if it is okay to do what Caroline Levitt did. Put a 2 in the chat if that makes you a bad American. I'm going to put 2. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I'll just put 2. I don't know all the details, but let's just say, if it's just 1 in the chat, if it's a green light to go ahead and do what she did. 2 in the chat if it's a down. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. Somebody's in Argentina. Damn. I'm not going there though, but yeah. But in any case, but this is a scandal. This is a real scandal. This is a real life scandal here. So let's see here. Private businesses that provided services to her 2022 campaign or gave donations that the FEC determined were unauthorized, often because they were corporate donations or improperly attributed to LLC funds. I can't find out who's behind that, huh? LLC. Okay. Yeah, they don't want you to know who they are. Okay. Axiom Strategies, a major political consulting firm. The campaign still owes them $46,000 for their services during the race. Courtyard by Marriott. She robbed a hotel. She robbed Marriott Hotel. Is she even allowed at the Marriott anymore? The campaign owes the hotel approximately $5,000 for event space or lodging. Hampton Household Expenses LLC. The campaign owes a refund of $5,800. Interestingly, records show this LLC was actually closed by the state of New Hampshire at the time the donation was made. Damn, that sounds shady. Shady. Is Caroline Levitt into shady business? Sounds like it to me. Very shady. I don't have any shit like that going on. That's fucked, man. Yeah, they closed their LLC down just after they gave her that money. Wonder who that was. Okay. Rico Enterprises. Oh, Riccio. Okay, that sounds a lot like Rico, but they need to find out what happened with that. She owes Riccio Enterprises, a small business, owed $1,300. Axe Capital, consulting firm, owed a smaller remaining balance of $518. Shit. Nearly 30 other companies. There are approximately 30 other small businesses and LLCs on the list, with the campaign owing roughly $38,000 in combined refunds to them. High-profile individuals. Oh, damn, this get exciting. Large portion of debt, roughly $210,000, is owed to individuals who gave more than the legal amount of $2,900 limit. By law, this money should have been returned within 60 days of the 2022 election. Craig Benson, the former governor of New Hampshire, he donated $8,700. How did he not know that's against the rules? And to borrow their terminology, hold on. Here we go. Greg Benson, the governor, former New York, Hampshire, donated but does it say, okay, large portion of the debt is owed and individuals gave more than $2,900 limit. By law, the money should have been returned within 60 days. So is that illegal? By law, it's illegal. By law, it should have been returned, and it wasn't. That makes it inherently illegal, period. So Craig Benson, the former governor, $8,700. How did he not know that's illegal? Campaign still owes him refund for the amount that exceeded the legal limit. Nicholas Riccio, damn, also $1,000. That was a company called that, and now he did it himself. So he did it through his company and he did it through himself. An individual donor who is still owed $1,000. Scandal factor. The reason this is being called a scandal by her critics is twofold. The delay, it took 2 years, okay, for her campaign to admit its debt existing in their filings. Okay, so she tried to cover it up. Selective repayment. While these businesses and donors remain unpaid, the campaign did manage to find the money to pay back $5,800 to her parents and small amount to her husband. Well, yeah. that didn't take long to go and find out what's fraudulent about her. Apparently, it's all over the fucking net. But this is who we talking about, Caroline Leavitt. This is her record here. This is who she is. So she's talking about her campaign. That's what happened, y'all.
Which is my home state. We have some Granite Staters. Hi, guys. The first in the nation primary state. That's how I was introduced to politics. I came to D.C. I worked in President Trump's White House in the first term, started as an intern. And then, unfortunately, Joe Biden was installed as president of the United States. So I had to choose a different job. And I went over to Capitol Hill, and I was a communications director for former Congresswoman, soon to be former Elise Stefanik. And she actually really encouraged and inspired me to run for office. So I said, heck yeah, let's do it. And I launched my congressional campaign. And Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA were the only organization in the political world that supported me. The entire establishment.
Okay, forget her. Next, let's just see.
So you have.
Let me see. Let me see if there's, AI, I want to see if there's something else they mention about her in here, or she says one little lie. But I'm sure she's going to say a lie, but let's see.
To something that's just.
With AI, you can create
what the hell? What the hell is going on with this, man? Okay, here we go.
So my advice would be to encourage everyone in this room to try to be the most well-read person in every room that you're in. That was a piece of advice one of my predecessors, Dana Perino, gave to me before I took this job. She said, you always want to be the most well-read person in the room. And
lady, that ain't gonna work. You failed at that. That room must be very, very some bunch of illiterate people in that room. Anyway, so she did that. She sat up there. There's more to that story. I encourage people to watch it. I'm gonna watch it later, but there's some other crap with Caroline Leavitt. So let's get to it. This is her White House secretary briefing, right? Her at work this time. So let's see what she had to say. It's been reported that she showed up with a black eye. Yeah, it's been reported that she showed up with a black eye. So let's listen and see what that's all about here. Let's go.
More leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%.
They don't call her lying-ass Leavitt for nothing.
The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base with.
Didn't we already cover the fact that that people are getting their oil out of that damn place? Like, didn't we just discuss this? And now she's just out there lying, like Japan is not getting oil. Like Malaysia ain't getting oil, like the Filipinos ain't getting oil, like China's not getting, like France is not getting oil. Like, she just out here lying about it.
Nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far.
What's up, Mark?
Significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone.
Here we go again. More lies. What's being said publicly is not what's being said privately. Okay, sure, Caroline Leavitt, sure.
Planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded.
So she pivots, right? She pivots to Democrats, right? So this is like not a normal government. This is well, let me take that back. I guess they do blame each other, but let's flip it now, right, over to the other situation here that is happening at the same time, right? There is a bunch of other shit that Trump is saying, and here, let's see here. Trump is saying this shit. Fuck them kids, right? She's talking about Democrats, but this is what Trump said himself. Okay, Trump said these things himself. This is Trump. Let's just juxtapose
because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it.
Okay, so Trump says that while she is saying this.
Overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on
so we're supposed to be thinking about foreign enemies, but Trump is not thinking about American. He's not thinking about American citizens at all, right? So let's go and check this one out.
The best. In fact, the king is coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy, King Charles. But should be our best, right, Brooke? But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old, broken-down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh, I'll have to ask my team. I said, you're the prime minister. You don't have... No. I have to ask my team, President. My team has to meet. We're meeting next week. Oh, next week? But the war already started next week. It's not good. The war's going to be over in 3 days. France, Macron.
So he's protecting Americans, but he says, he told them, all right, Caroline Levitt saying that he's out there protecting Americans. That's his job. But Trump told the people on the phone, as he admits in advance when it started, that the war was only going to take 3 days. This is what he said. This is his own confession. Listen to this, just so you can understand it. Here it is. Oops.
Actually, that's UK. Who should be best? In fact, the king is coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy, King Charles. But should be our best, right, Brooke? But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old, broken-down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh, I'll have to ask my team. I said, you're the prime minister. You don't have... No. I have to ask my team, President. My team has to meet. We're meeting next week. Oh, next week? But the war already started next week. It's not good. The war's going to be over in 3 days. France.
So you see that. So who's lying? Is Caroline Levitt? Why doesn't she recognize that this man told these people that it would be over in 3 days? Like, hello? That's not a good indication that he's doing well.
When he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well. All of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk.
All right, so now she's talking about heightened security risk and all of this stuff, right? But again, this is Trump's own words. When you give Trump a chance to talk, he speaks loud and clear. Listen.
Stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy. We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy. We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East.
It is crazy, isn't it? Isn't it crazy? That's really crazy.
And we're not fixing our roads in this country.
Not fixing our roads in this country. This is 2020. The genius of Trump.
Stupid. How stupid is it?
So which one is it, Caroline Levitt? Caroline, which one is it?
And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy. We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even. It's crazy. We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East, and we're not fixing our roads in this country. How stupid is it? And we're not fixing our highways, our tunnels, our bridges, our hospitals even, our schools even.
Yeah, how stupid is it? How stupid is it? It's pretty stupid what he's doing, Caroline Levitt. In case you haven't noticed, everyone is against Trump. You work for a person that everyone fucking hates, including the citizens of his own goddamn country, if they have any brains. But let's continue.
Staff plummeted as well. All of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown. This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president...
Okay, so let's get to the questions, Here we go.
Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen. I'm joining the president's cabinet. I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this administration to deport
Okay, let me see something here. I could see it's a lot. It's always some Trump supporters in the chat. They make it so obvious. I love Trump. Don't engage in the content at all. Just me love Trump. But in any case, entirely me. What state do you live in, and who's your health care provider? Introduce yourself to people here since you're new in the chat. We want to know how your life is going. Okay, so knowing your state and who your healthcare provider is a start, but the state is really going to tell it all. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, let us know what fictional state you live in. Thank you.
Worst
And who your fictional healthcare provider is.
Of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by a
Jumbo, what state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider?
Legal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats...
Entirely. Nah, I don't remember your ass. But in any case, introduce yourself because everybody in the chat wasn't here. Let everybody know what state you come from and who your healthcare provider is since you love Trump so much.
Are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that.
Entirely me. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? Still waiting for that answer. It's not your rhetoric that matters, it's the facts. Okay, so I want to know the facts. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? And then I'm going to determine how well you actually have it. Okay, and whether you have TDS. Okay, I think you have TDS. Okay, go ahead. All right, well, she don't want to answer that question, so let me ask her one more time. You're in the chat. Answer the question. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? Oh, she said I will wait. That means she's not going to answer it. So no problem. You don't want to answer it. It's okay. No problem at all. I appreciate that. At least I asked you though. So see you later. Nobody needs your jackass here. Okay? Save it for yourself, your little bullshit lies, okay? You know your life is whack. Okay, just admit it. Just admit it. You ain't fooling nobody here. America's fucked up. Okay? And you're part of it. Okay? And I just blocked your ass for being a jackass. Okay? A female jackass at that. If you're not a troll. But nobody lying. You got it hard. Your healthcare is fucked up. And the state you live in is likely fucked up also. So stop bragging about a mediocre life. Okay? Damn. Care about your fucking neighbors for a change.
And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of...
Exactly. I'm an American. Thank you. Yuka's trash. He said, as an American, yeah, we fucked up. Exactly. Who the hell she think you fooling? Who are you fooling? Oh, that's not hostile. You call me hostile, but Trump is a little fairy to you, huh? Oh, really? Oh, I'm hostile, huh? Yeah. No, your feelings are hurt, you know? And let me tell you something, Johnny. What state do you live in? It's a question, actually. What state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? Since you love Trump so much. What state do you live in and who's your... I'm just going to go right to it and be like, how much did inflation go up in that state? How many people are out of healthcare now that Trump became out? What is childcare like in that state? That's all I'm going to do is look at the facts. It doesn't matter who you are, you know, but I can see they're not going to answer that question. They don't want anybody knowing. They only want people knowing they love Trump, but they don't want to qualify it.
Of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw...
Yeah, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Trump. Everybody, listen to Chuck. Okay, he's got news for everybody. In case you haven't heard, everyone, I want you to get this. Don't miss the news. And please make sure everybody hears this in MAGA. Trump promises to come out with a new health care plan in 2 weeks. So all is not lost. Okay, you'll be okay. Just wait 2 more weeks. Okay.
A survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted. You have CBS 2 minutes and 1 second.
She's always complaining about this. In any case, guess what? Guess who doesn't like Caroline Leavitt? Okay. Trump doesn't. Trump thinks Caroline Leavitt is a loser. Okay. And she is. She spent all that money losing. She owes people. She stole money. I mean, this lady basically, now I don't want to say stole. She illegally...
Quickly is the fastest way to...
She illegally, against the law, collected too much campaign money for her one-time venture in a state congressional seat or whatever the hell, congressional district, right? See, she didn't pay the money back that she owes. And MAGA people love fraudulent behavior. They think that's successful business when you just break the law and steal money and keep it to yourself and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what a good American is. And it doesn't matter what color you are, any of that. You don't get any extra points for being a jackass. Okay? Sorry. Gender doesn't matter either. Okay? It's a free for all when it comes to Trump. All of you all are goddamn idiots. And, you know, it's just that way. But listen, here we go. Let's hear what Trump has to say about Caroline lying ass Levitt. At least Trump could be honest for once. You know, Trump is honest. He's more honest than his supporters, and he ain't even honest. He's only honest because he talks out the side of his neck, and he actually engages people when you ask them questions. If you notice these fake ass trolls in my chat, when I ask them a simple fucking question, right, to qualify their love for Trump, what state do you live in, and who is your healthcare provider, they don't even fucking answer. At least Trump answers. Okay, thank you, Trump, for being, you know, a little tiny bit better than your supporters. So even though you're a fucking pedo, likely, you know what I'm saying, and a treasonous, you're still a little better than your trash ass supporters, you know?
Massive. I won the counties, 86% of the counties I won. All of these different things. Winning the popular vote for a Republican is, you know, pretty amazing. But if you read the New York Times for months and months and months, you were hearing, oh, Trump, he's doing so badly. We have to straighten out our media. The reason their circulation is way down.
I used to think Trump was the dumbest motherfucker on earth, but there are people that are dumber. It's his supporters. I mean, that's the only thing that explains it. You know what I'm saying? Trump, at least he's smart enough to be a fucking criminal. You know what I'm saying? Like, his supporters are just honest jackasses. You know, it's like, damn, you this dumb? You really think this shit? Shit, wow. It must hurt to be you.
Circulation, you know, has gone way down. Washington Post is almost extinct. The papers that are being dishonest, papers generally.
He said the papers were dishonest. Okay, that was one lie.
People don't believe the media. And to finish, I
don't believe the media either. That's true. I don't believe the media, but I also don't believe you even more, Trump.
93% bad publicity. Some people say 97, but between...
You know, he's a rich billionaire with all his rich billionaire friends who pay off the media, and he's actually saying the media ain't honest. Yeah, we know they ain't honest because people like you give them tax breaks and pay, you know, and use fraud. He clamps down on them. I mean, but really, they get a tax break. Listen, there's nothing illegal about doing a story on comparing the United States healthcare system to any other Western country. There's nothing illegal or immoral or unethical about that. There's nothing illegal or immoral or ethical about doing a comparative study in stories, you know, comprehensive stories. You could do a whole series on how other countries deal with taxes and education in the Western world, just the Western world. Now, let's not go to the jungle, or let's not go to the terrorist countries. Let's not do none of that. Let's just keep it in the Western world, the people we call our allies. They could do a comprehensive story on that. Legacy media doesn't find it necessary because they think American taxpayers are stupid. And a lot of them are. You just got to call stupid. A lot of them are. They voted for Trump. Trump, he's about to eliminate more shit. It's not that Trump didn't eliminate already healthcare. He wants to go after any funding for child care now. I mean, and this is what these dumb jackasses voted for. You know, they're stupid. Johnny. Run. What the hell? Trump is an angel. Hold on, not Johnny. Indestructible. Oh, now we know this is just a fake ass name right here. This is not. That's impossible to be real. That's like unobtainium and shit. My name is unobtainium. Look at this. Let me just show you what this looks like here. Just for a second to get some laughs. Here we go. Unobtainium is in the house. Thank you, unobtainium. Click the like button on your way out. Okay, let's continue with Trump now.
93, 97. A person that gets 97% of bad stories. Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. She's my representative. You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her.
Damn.
97% of bad stories. Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. Percent of bad stories. Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. Percent of bad stories. Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. Percent of bad stories. Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job.
Yeah, maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. Is Caroline doing a poor job? Put a 1 in the chat if Caroline is doing a horrible fucking job. Put a 2 in the chat if you actually think she's doing a good job.
It's 97% of bad stories. Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. She's my...
Trump always does that to let you know soon, if you don't get your act together, he's going to be firing you. He won't spare you in the public. He don't spare none of them, man. These are the weakest people ever. They go out there and just cap for this dude over and over and over, and he throws their ass under the bus every goddamn time. And yet you have the nerve to have a fucking Trump supporter in my chat. Like, stay away. Go find a rock to go crawl under. Your life is fucking miserable. Your life is miserable. Like, what are you doing here? You should be embarrassed. God damn.
You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her. But I get 93 to 97%.
I think I'll keep her. That's just for now. He's letting her know that was a threat. That's how Trump threatens people. That's how he does it in his normal mafia business. Look.
Maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. She's my representative. You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her. But I get 93 to 97% bad press, fake press, all fake. I won in a landslide. When you get
so this means she didn't defend him well enough. There was something she didn't defend him on. It's not going well. Trump is a narcissist. Like, who said that? Yeah, Jen, exactly. So no matter what you do, it's not good enough. You're never going to be able to lie and explain things away good enough for Trump. And Trump is an asshole. He does everything bad, but he insists that you do the unobtainable. He insists that you accomplish the unobtainable. He insists that you perform miracles. You know what I mean? Like, this man is disgusting, and yet he insists that you perform miracles. Whatever happened to good old people like myself that just say, man, fuck you, and walk out. Walk out on the job. Where are those people? Where are those Americans at, man? I'm just going to tell you, I have never been humiliated on a job like this ever in my fucking life. I've walked out on jobs. God damn, like, what the hell? What is this? Man, that's what you have to learn that early. Every job is not worth it. Every even for the money, it's not worth it. Do you think everybody goes through this just for the money that she gets? Do you think that's normal for everybody? Yo, that's not. There's a lot of people that walk out of jobs, that pay decent money just over principle. You see what I mean? Where are these people? Like, listen to me. You can be one of these people. That's the good life. Yeah, you might go through a few things, but when people know you solid, they're going to pick you back up. Your network is going to work for you and get some shit fixed for you. They're going to pick up the phone when they know you're a person with ethics. Folks are going to remember that. You know what I'm saying? These people, man, he's surrounded by people with no ethics, man. They act like this is the only job they're ever going to have in their goddamn life. That's how pathetic it is, man. Like, damn. If my boss said that, I was sitting there and he'd be like, V does a terrible job. Yeah, did you do a terrible job? Yeah, well, I'll keep him. Man, that's not words of enthusiasm. This is not words of enthusiasm. This means you ain't doing well. It's like a charity case. He's keeping Caroline Levitt like a charity case. Next thing you know, she's going to be out there with a sign and shit talking about, I'll work for hot dogs. I'll work for food and shit. It's like, damn.
93 to 97, bad stories, bad press, and you win in a landslide. You know what that says? People don't believe the press. And when people don't believe the press, that's a very bad thing for our country. And when you look at, let's say, the New York Times or the Washington Post, The stories are so fake. Wall Street Journal, too. A lot of bad stories. I don't know what happened to them, but they're bad.
Yeah, like that Jeffrey Epstein story, huh? That all that stuff Epstein was saying about you, that's bad, right? That's not true, huh? He couldn't have been telling the truth at all.
Circulation went way down. Wall Street Journal, I don't know if you saw the numbers that came out yesterday. New York Times, way down. Wall Street Journal, way down. Washington Post, @1, way down. Because people don't believe them anymore. And until they get...
But we believe you. Look at this. Is this dude trying to... This is a match. Everyone in the world hates Trump except his vote, the people who voted for him. And not all of them either, but, you know, the ones that are left. But outside of the ones that are his vote, the people that voted for him, everyone else fucking hates him. And he's talking like it's a lies. It's all just made up in the media. Iran is not. Man, this is bad. This is like living with a delusional crackhead and shit that never opens the blinds. Just want to, you know, just lie to you, talk anything, talk all your last dollar out of you. You know, if you ever had a person addicted to drugs in your life and they come and they tell you lies and they will just keep lying to you and they tell you one more time and you just keep believing it. It's like, this is Trump, man. He's going to lie his ass off, yo.
Yeah, it's not the paper. It's not the big.
He's going to expect you to give up sanity for him.
That they have no credibility anymore, which is a very sad thing for our country. Thank you very much.
No credibility, shit. Well, Donald Trump, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but you know, it's not looking good for you. And listen, getting bad for Trump. The military people are starting to turn against him, and everybody else. It's really hard to know where this is going to end, but I have a prediction now. I'm updating my prediction, by the way. I made a prediction last year. I failed. I have to admit that. It didn't come true. I predicted Trump would not last Christmas. Bits, where are you at? You also had that kind of timeline, too. I didn't think it would be. I thought it was before Christmas people would get tired of his ass. Americans. I was wrong. I'm American. I thought Americans were a little bit, you know, not that we don't work hard. We got it hard. The U.S. people have it hard. People have it hard in the U.S. But I thought they still had enough, you know, of the bullshit. I thought, you know, Americans were still intact to be like, wait a second, man, we made a mistake and now we have to get rid of this mistake. I didn't think it would go on this long, but now we're into 2026. Look, the economy has slowed down. Horrible things are just happening to Americans over and over and over. And yet they still ain't totally fed up with this motherfucker. Like, when? I thought the New Year's would be the point. But no, it's April. Soon going to be my birthday. You know, it is April. I'm sorry. But it's soon going to be my birthday. And, you know, I just didn't imagine it's still on. So maybe it will be summertime. But my new prediction is the 25th Amendment. So let's get over to that one. And then I'm going to be out of here just to explain that. What is the 25th Amendment? You know, I was thinking impeach and all of this shit before. I don't think that's going to happen. I think impeachment, Sterling, by the way, big up to you, Sterling. Sterling was through here yesterday. He said a few things that made me rethink a few things, that made me rethink over some stuff. Number one, Pam Bondi, she's going to get paid. And she's going to get paid because she got all that inside information about the Epstein files, who's in it. That can be used for further blackmail. So it could be used even indirectly. All you got to do is make her a partner in the company, and she's going to do the rest without you even asking. You see what I mean? She's going to do whatever it takes because she has the inside keys. So she's going to profit. She's probably like Sterling said, she's probably going to come out of this with $200 million, I'm sure, before she dies. She got 20 million now. But in any case, my next revelation. See, I can admit when I'm wrong. I've been wrong before, but my next revelation is this one. This is where I was wrong. I thought he would be impeached out of there. No, but I think it's going to be this one. He's getting old. He's delusional. He probably stinks. You know what I mean? Did you see the sores on his back and behind his neck and all of this shit? Like, damn, Trump. There's something, you know, he looks like he's not being taken care of. Like they just throw him in a suit, But outside of that, in the TV appearances, I don't think this man has a decent life, yo. Like, really, I don't think he can move around and talk like normal people do. I don't think he does. I just can't imagine it. I think they have him sitting there. He's crouched over, like he's like this. Trump is like leaning over and shit, arms on the table. You know what I mean? Like, daggone, dude. Like, he's just having to lean on the table to keep it up. He doesn't walk much. You don't see him. His hair looks worse than ever. It looks like exactly. It looked like they don't even bother to comb his goddamn hair. I mean, let me just go back to that. 2 seconds. Let's just look at his. He doesn't look good, and it can't be said enough. But this shit is crazy. It can't be said enough. But where is this shit at again, man? Trump is just. Can I bring it back a little bit? Here we go.
Months and months and.
Let's just look at his ass and just make it bigger. Before I get into this 25th Amendment thing. What's up? Oh shit! I gotta plug in my mouse. Okay, my mouse went out of power, y'all. Here we go. All right, let's get this bad boy popping again. Hello, mouse. There we go. Okay, so let's make it bigger. I just want to take one look. Where's his ass at? Here we go. This is Trump. And it's probably going to work. You got to imagine they prepared him for this. So this is not an impromptu. This is not an impromptu. But this is Trump. Can I find another picture? I mean, let's just let him talk a little bit.
Months, you were hearing, oh, Trump, he's doing so badly.
His body language is very stiff. You know what I mean? He looks very, very stiff. His movements.
We have to straighten out our media. The reason their circulation is way down, the New York Times circulation, has gone way down.
Sounds like he's talking about his body, like he just came from the doctor's office and they used the word circulation, and now he's using that against the media. Because this is how Trump talks. He does that. Like, remember, they say the last person in his ear is what he puts out there. So that's what it sounds like to me. Like, his doctor, he just came before this. He went to his doctor. His doctor talked about poor circulation. Everyone is saying Trump has poor circulation. That's where he gets all those spots. That's why he's getting allegedly these transfusion, not transfusion, this anti-dementia disease, right? He's soaring up. His ankles are thick because of the poor circulation. And it sounds to me like his doctors told him that, and now he's using that against the media. It's here. Let me just say it one more time. Here, let's go.
Their circulation is way down. The New York.
Now the media the doctor told him, man, your circulation is way down. And he's like talking about the media like that now. Hey, man, your guys' circulation is way down. I heard rumors that Trump is going to die. Who said that rumor? It's one of his supporters said that Trump is it one of those wild asses on in podcasting? Rush Limbaugh, isn't it? Let me see that. One more second though. I'm sorry. Did Rush he's a nut, say Trump was dying? I believe he did. He definitely did. I'm pretty sure. If it's not him, it's somebody else. Hold on. No, it says he didn't. Okay. No, what is he talking about? Reaction to Limbaugh's death? What? Hold on. This is not the guy. What is this? Rush Limbaugh died? It was Alex Jones. Thank you. Damn, I'm confusing him. Thank you. I know I wasn't crazy. Yeah, to me, they the same. Rush Limbaugh. That's right. Alex Jones. Alex Jones. Exactly. Let me see here. Alex Jones. By the way, if you're watching on your TV, click the like button. Those of you that haven't clicked the like button, please click it. It helps more people see the video later and find the stream, But here, listen. Yes, very different story. While Rush Limbaugh was a steadfast supporter until his death, Alex Jones has had a much more volatile relationship with Trump. And in the last 72 hours, he has made some of the most dramatic claims yet. Let me pull this dude up. Alex Jones. Trump is dying. Yeah, let me just look that up for his bullshit ass supporters. Yeah, why not? You know, and let's get it out here. This is Keith Edwards. And
What
so
if your compressor spoke?
let's do this. Oops. Let's his supporters hate shit like this, so therefore I'm going to play it. Yeah, so fuck his supporters. They dumb as shit, and that's how it is. But excuse my language for those of you that don't normally speak this way. But you can understand my frustration with Trump. Yeah, if you've been following my channel, you know, please give me a break on that. I normally don't openly talk this way. I'm more conservative, but this guy has brought the DC out of my ass, the Northeast DC out of me, and there's always a little Northeast DC hoodlum in the back of my brain waiting to jump out. waiting to jump out just on some hard-headed ass. You know what I'm saying? It rarely happens in Denmark, but in the U.S., look at the chat, man. We got some people that just like most of y'all are totally normal, healthy-minded. At least you know you want better. But some of these hard-headed ass Trump supporters, boy, woo, man, some of them lucky. They lucky now run into my ass. But in any case, let's because I have jokes and I have some other shit, a fire stick. You know what I'm saying? And I love to lay down jokes to people exactly how they deserve it to their goddamn face. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it just is what it is. But in any case, here let's review Keith Edwards explaining Alex Jones. I'm sorry, Alex Jones talking about Trump's death. Again, this is in 72 hours. The last 72 hours. So when you look at that old fuck called Donald Trump running around talking about the media's circulation is not happening too good, you know, put two and two together because something is not right with Trump, you know. So here we go. Let's go.
Or good evening, depending upon where in the world you are. I'm having a great day because apparently, according to Alex Jones, Donald Trump is dying. And Donald Trump, we know, has not been doing well, both physically.
I believe this dude is dying, like straight up. And I believe the 25th Amendment is coming. And these people are too chicken shit to do it too fast. You know, they're all chicken shits around Trump. Like, and yeah, they're. I think it's going to come to that. It's over for Trump. It's pretty much over because here's the thing: Trump won't give up power just because he's sick and dying and out of his fucking mind. He is that much of a narcissist. He will hold on to until he's in bed and can't get up. Trump is never going to turn over power. They have said that about Trump. His critics, the Dems, have said that about Trump too, that he is never, they're going to have to drag him out of the White House. And it's quite possible. Like now you understand? Now you understand. But listen, let's listen.
And mentally for a long time, but now MAGA is starting to catch up. And while you're here, we are currently being slightly suppressed by YouTube. Not sure why. Looking into it, but if you can hit like and if you could leave a blue heart below, it really does.
Yo, everybody, I was hit also with the same thing, and Keith gets way more numbers than me, but everybody who follows me normally knows, like maybe 3 streams ago, I had the whole time while I was streaming, it said while people were in the chat and all of this shit, it said I had 1 viewer the whole time. That's the first time that happened to me. You know, but it did happen, and it was about the Cash Patel story. So please click the like button. If you like my media, if you like the conversation, if you like the information that's being shared, if you like the fact that I'm American, born and raised in Washington, D.C., but family on both sides go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, so I can talk about some of the differences in the countries and how people deal with the tax system, healthcare, education, and these kind of things. I'm your guy. I'm a real human being. I'm a real person. So you can trust me. I'm not a goddamn fool. I come to play for real. So, in that note, click the like button. I appreciate it.
Help.
All right, let's hear Trump Dying by Alex Jones. Let's see what he got to say.
Get this channel in front of more people, and we need that right now. So here is just one person talking about what they have heard from White House insiders, saying, White House insiders are now telling me it's clear Trump is struggling with early stage dementia, and Benjamin Netanyahu has capitalized on the fact to manipulate him into carrying out his agenda. Trump knows Israel has the dirt on him when it comes to Epstein, and he no longer has cognitive abilities to fight, so he complies. If true, it certainly explains his exchange in behavior over the course of last year. Thoughts? Now, look.
Music is one of the
my
best ways to
God!
express your-
Come on now, they had to do that. That is crazy. All right, let's get it over with. Yo, let me see. Somebody said the palace says fuck Trump all the way from Australia. Yeah, me and my mates have been betting have a betting book on when he will die. Damn. Yeah, let me know that. Shit. Yeah, that would be great, man. Oh, and by the way, if anyone's ever interested in hopping up on the panel and speaking instead of just being in the chat, at the top of the chat box, you will see there's a Discord link. Do me a favor. I'm not going to hop up. I got to go. But in the future, if you're thinking about hopping up in the future, it's best to hit that link so you can come into my server in advance. So it's already set up and everything like that. Then you'll get a chance to hop up and speak. It's an international channel. People watch from all over the world, but we're watching to get rid of this dumpster ass fire by the name of Donald Trump and his whole administration. You know, this is what it's about. Like, I'm an American citizen, but I live in Denmark and I hate this motherfucker. Like, so, you know, with a passion, and I'm not a fool. I want to make my hate last long. So I'm going to be chipper about my hate. But at the same time, I really do want him gone. He's a danger to our society. He's a danger to Americans first, because we are stuck with his fucking ass. Everyone else can ignore him and lie to him and maneuver around him like they're doing for their own best interest. But American citizens, we're stuck with his ass until our Congress or Senate get rid of him, or until these sycophants in his cabinet get rid of him, whatever. But we have problems in the U.S. right now. If you're listening, and you have a country, you care about your country, don't ever, ever, ever do what the right wing did in our country. They went way too fucking far over stupid shit, you know. So take the warning signs, you know. But big up to Australia and everybody else in the house. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Let's see now.
This woman's name isn't like, I don't know, Joe Biden 2024 or Kamala Harris should have won 2028. This is patriotic blonde, okay? Constitutional conservative, journalist, legal diva.
Yes.
Not really AOC loving progressive, okay?
Exactly. You know, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I mean, it shows you that his base is splitting, you know, that some of them are starting to wake up at least a little bit.
So she is saying the quiet part out loud, that there's something going on with Trump. We actually, of course, know that because we've been following this for a while, and also because we have eyes and ears and you can just kind of very clearly see it. But Alex Jones is also on the case too. Alex Jones said the following on a show yesterday. It went super viral. Here's that.
Swell up 3 times the size they were before. That means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, you know, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons, we primary them, and we just fight even harder because look at how we've turned the tide. Look at all the...
We're going to keep going, but isn't that incredible that Alex Jones is saying cut bait on Trump? In other words, we got what we could out of him. He's no longer useful. We've got to move on. The MAGA movement doesn't need him anymore. That's an incredible statement. He's basically saying Trump is dying. He's unwell. He's no longer useful. He is doing things that we don't agree with. He isn't doing things that help the MAGA movement. we got to let him go. Incredible statement. And he's couching it.
And he's not doing anything to help Americans. You know, that's the job. Help Americans, man. Like, if you, my family, both sides goes back to the colonial period. I say this all the time because I always have new viewers. But listen, why, no matter what your politic is, why can't you hear that there's plenty of Americans like me that care about our country? We don't have beef with other people that want their life to be the way they want it. I don't care if you want to live in your isolated town by yourself or just walk around with people that look like you. I don't fucking care. Care about the country and the countrymen, all of us, and women. Care, at least care about American citizens whose families have fucking sacrificed. You know, at least do that, but you don't. You know, and for people to do that based on color, for people to do that based on what ethnicity you are of American, yo, why does it fucking matter? We have people from all Americans. Trump's family walked in past the goddamn Statue of Liberty. His grandparents walked through the Statue of Liberty. Nobody asked them shit. You know, and that's just 2-3 generations ago, and you won't stand behind others, Americans? Man, get it together. Right wing should not mean that you fucking hate other real fucking Americans. You all are fucking crazy. You're not fucking nationalists. You're goddamn dumbasses. You're sick. You're racist. You're bigots. You're misogynists. Like, wake the fuck up. Stop calling lefties woke. It's not a joke. We're intelligent. We're informed about our fucking country. God damn you. Don't get it twisted. Our ancestors died building this fucking country. Died in wars. Like, you better wake the fuck up. You right wingers. Like, you all aren't right wing. You're fucking bigots. That's different. That's different. Okay? Nobody's begging to walk down the street with you and hold hands. I'm not. What the fuck? I'm definitely not. Okay? I've been doing just fine with hanging around with liberals of all different backgrounds growing up with them. Okay? Jews, Asians, African Americans, Italian Americans, German Americans, all of us. Okay? In the same town doing quite fine. At least we don't fucking hate each other. But you all like turn being American into some other shit, man. I'm telling you, you don't even know your own fucking history of your own fucking country. Like, what's wrong with you people, man? But in any case, Alex Crazy Ass Jones, in effect.
He's couching it in the fact that Donald Trump is clearly not doing well. Now, I got to say, too, it's just fascinating to me that we will talk about the president's health and how poor it obviously looks. Alex Jones will talk about it. But the mainstream media does not, I'm going to go full screen for this. The mainstream media doesn't cover it at all, as if it's...
That's what I'm saying. And they covered Biden like that every fucking day. Every goddamn day. But listen, they don't do it. And I told you a million times, legacy media got Trump's tax break. The fix is in. The fix is in. You know, and that's just the reality because corruption has been allowed to go way too far even before Trump. You see, Trump is just the sickness from the corruption, but it's not the goddamn actual disease. You see what I mean? He's just showing you what the disease can do if you know, because you let it live too long. You know, nothing was done about corruption in early enough time, and now this is what you get. You see what I mean? Now, Americans, if we stop falling for the okie doke and we just ask about values, what are Western values? What are Western? If we just stick to those, we will have a lot of success. Because what are Western values? Education, healthcare, a living wage, you know, a dignified wage for a decent day's work, right? What are these things? Equality. Isn't that a great value to have? Equality? Like, what's wrong with equality? What's wrong with treating the next person next to you for the same amount of effort, giving them the same reward? What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? You know, there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually a good thing. Most people around the world love that ideal. You see what I mean? Isn't that what your religion is all about? You see what I mean? People calling themselves Christians or anything else. You see what I mean? So we have to step up because we took a serious wrong turn like with this. And it really has to stop. You got to understand, you're going to be spending, if you don't turn around in the exact opposite direction and fix what Trump has fucked up, you are going to be paying for this for generations. And you're not going to feel very powerful at all. More of you will be broke. And that means across all ethnicities, especially white Americans. You know, I'm going to repeat this a million times. Trump doesn't care about poor or middle class white Americans, even if you're a fucking Republican. Like, you need to wake up. You have been had. Okay? You have been, the billionaires played on your petty bickering and your petty bigotry, and you were used. Okay? Like, they don't care nothing about you at all. You're nobody. Like, you got to get it straight. But in any case, let's hear Alex Jones.
It's not happening. Like, please correct me if I'm wrong. Were we not subjected to months and months, if not years, of coverage from legacy media, corporate media, talking about the health and the mental state of Joe Biden?
Yep.
I feel like it was the pervasive news story.
It was.
Between 2020 and 2024. Now we have
it was Biden ain't even signing the fucking executive orders. It's the pen doing it. You know? Yeah, it was.
President that doesn't speak clearly. He goes on tangents. He posts insane things on his blog. And he has a bruise consistently on his hand. And we don't know why. And legacy media doesn't care. Doesn't really want to bother look into it. But for some reason only, we'll talk about it. And sadly, Alex Jones.
Good we've done. There's a fourth turning. Populist, nationalists, conservatives are winning everywhere. There's a Christian reawakening. And Trump is just a minor figure in all of that now. And we have to be appreciative of the old Trump that went through so much and got so much done. And that's the Trump we remember. And we're just sad because that happens. We need to be sad about Trump. This is not funny.
Since when did Trump do anything for anybody? What the fuck? What the fuck? We just made that shit up. We have to be appreciative for what Trump did. What did he do? What did he do? Did you know Trump, he's the reason why these Haitians that he kicked out were in the country in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. He was the actual reason himself. It's his... He signed a whole lot of bills, and he just doesn't want to take the credit for it. But here is what they're mocking on Trump. This is insane. They're mocking this right here. Look at this lump. Look at this goddamn lump. This guy can barely get into his shoes. Like, straight up. Straight up. This is the real Trump. He can barely get into his shoes, if you can make that out. This is an ankle. Okay? And the ankle is... Any case, I'm sorry, man. Let me just let it play.
But he's gone. And that's it. And all the people rallied around him. You can see Hegseth's freaked out. You can see the press secretary's freaked out. They're being loyal. They think it's the lesser of two evils. And okay, but I just... Trump needs an intervention. He needs to take some time off. We need to pray for Trump that the Holy Spirit touch his heart and loose him from whatever evil control he's under. I'm serious. And I think that's the answer.
Damn. Yo. He said release him of whatever evil he is under. That is crazy. That is crazy. And it's good crazy, though, because at least he's admitting it, that something's wrong with Trump. But listen, Trump's been like this the whole time. People have said this. And folks just didn't want to believe it. Yeah.
We need to pray for President Trump.
This is
how
right-wingers that supported him beg him, publicly. We need to pray for President Trump. They're begging him to just step down, basically. You know, Pam Bondi is gone. That was a shocker. I heard that she was begging. There's reports out saying that she was begging Trump for her job. Listen, they have a picture circulating, right? They got a picture circulating on the internet of Pam Bondi, her picture in the White House, thrown in the trash can the very day that she was fired. They threw her picture in the trash can. There's a photo circulating of that. How many of you have seen that actual photo? But in any case, let him say the rest of his nonsense, which is actually making sense right now for a change. But he's very accurate. Something's wrong with Trump. He's not doing well. But let me hear the part where he says he's dying.
We need to pray for other people to be awakened.
Oh, I enjoy them seeing.
He said, "Pray for what?"
Upset like that.
To pray for other people to be awakened.
Pray
we
for.
Need to.
You hear that in the chat, you Trump supporters? We need to pray for other people to be awakened.
Pray for other people to be awakened.
Damn.
Oh, I enjoy them seeing them all upset like that. Now, as I said previously, there's just consistent physical signs that the president is unwell. This is very recent. Like, this is the Prime Minister of Japan, Donald Trump, has his swollen ankles. Doesn't look like it's particularly comfortable. Donald Trump, oh my God, he looks like a troll out of a kid's movie. But here he is. He looks like a bridge troll. Here he is falling asleep at his own convention. And of course, as I said before, this has been to me the most shocking thing. Does anyone remember the movie Death Becomes Her, where the two main actresses, I think Meryl Streep and I forget the other one's name, were dead but alive?
Somebody I see Maurice. Is it Maurice? Maurisa? Okay. But ask me, so do you believe Alex as a whole? That means I believe the person is saying, do I generally believe a lot of the stuff he says? Hell fucking no. He's a jackass. I hate this dude, man. He's come with all kinds of goddamn conspiracies that have led the way to Trump being elected. Yo, as a matter of fact, Eric can tell you a lot about that. These guys, they led the way before Trump was even president. They were laying the foundation for a person like him to be elected through their podcasting and through their little conspiracy websites and conspiracy podcasting. You know, is what they do. I'm talking about. And if you think I talk about conspiracy shit, conspiracies happen, but Trump was talking about Illuminati. I mean. No. Alex Jones was talking about Illuminati. He was talking about, it's so interesting because having sex with little kids, Illuminati, going off to private things. It's so funny because Alex Jones seems to have been talking about Epstein and Trump the whole time, but for some reason he didn't realize it. He thought it was Obama. Yeah, but actually he was talking about his own surroundings, the people that actually were in Trump's own, and he didn't even realize it. So, in a way, there were some interesting things that he said. It's just wrong at the finger pointing that he did. You know, he actually was the best friend of the person doing the parties. He was actually more involved than anyone else. So how can you be right when you're supporting the presidency of one of the main players? What sense does that make? You see what I mean? So, hold on. I'm sorry, but yo, you can't just make up stuff. Yo, I'm serious. You're not my friend. So you can't I don't know you like that. So you can't just be coming in here making up shit. You got to have more class than that. You know what I mean? But in any case, back to Alex Jones and the things that he said. Okay, stop talking about Kamala and Obama because they weren't at the parties. You see how quick that happens? The person asked me a question and I just try to answer it, and they go all crazy on Kamala and Obama who aren't in the Epstein files, who weren't at the parties. Trump is at the party and they can't even stay fucking focused on Trump. This is the delusion of these people. You see what I mean? It's just stuck in their head. Alex Jones, now I'll continue. Alex Jones, he said some things, but where he made his mistake was that, to me, it sounds like he was talking about the people he elected, he supported. He didn't realize it. You know, he's talking about some secret group and all of this. Yeah, that's Epstein. That's these billionaires. But, you know, it's not broke ass people that are a part of that trend. It's not, you know, no, these are talking about billionaire class. Obama's not a billionaire. Kamala's not a billionaire. You see what I mean? And they damn sure, if they were in those Epstein files, according to MAGA people, right, they would have released them. If Obama was in it, it would be released. If Kamala was in it, it would be released. If Biden was in it, among those billionaire class, it would be released, according to MAGA logic. That's how people do things. If it was in the files, you would release it. Yeah, exactly, MAGA. If they were in the files, you would have released it already because you're their political opponents. Okay? So they're not in the files because you would have released it. But Trump is in the files. You see what I mean? So I think Alex Jones was a little right, you know, and keep in mind, disinformation always has a bit of truth in it. I hope you know that. That's it. So I'm not saying all of the things he said were just verbatim wrong, but he really hashed up a lot to try to get people that weren't really in that club in the club. He tried to superimpose the wickedness of the club that he supports onto other people. So that's where I deviate. So I don't get down with Alex Jones like that. I think he's just sick. He's going to make you crazy. And then look, what about Sandy Hook? Do you approve? Put a 1 in the chat if you approve of Alex Jones the way he talked about the Sandy Hook shooting. All these kids being massacred and killed. The way he tried to make it sound like it's another fake ass story. You know, come on, man. Have some mercy, man. Have some mercy, yo. Like, this guy lost a lawsuit. He's got to pay billions of dollars because he was so cruel to little kids, man. People that got shot, man. He has some nerve, you know. But in any case, on that note, folks, I'm out. Let me see. The 25th Amendment, I think that is going to happen. And here's why. Here's what it looks like. Let me just do that one. The 25th Amendment, and then I'm going to be out. It says here, the 25th Amendment, due to the Constitution Instruction Manual for what happens when a president or vice president cannot fulfill their duties. It was ratified in 1967, primarily because the assassination of John F. Kennedy made people realize the rules for succession were too vague. It is divided into 4 sections, each covering different crisis scenarios. Section 1, death or resignation. If the president dies, resigns, or is removed from office, the vice president doesn't just act as the president, they officially become the president. Example, this was used with Richard Nixon resigned and Gerald Ford became president. Section 2, filling a vice president vacancy. If there is no vice president because they died, resigned, or moved up to the president to be president, the president nominates a new one. So a president handpicks the vice president. So if J.D. Vance becomes the president, he will handpick. It won't be democracy. It won't be your choice. It won't be the American people's choice. So he can pick any bastard, rat bastard. You know, he could pick Howard Lutnick. Okay. The president nominates a new one. This person must be confirmed by the majority vote in both. Oh, okay. So it is American people then. So that's good news. Thank God. And not that House and Senate aren't failing the American people right now. But in any case, example, before this amendment, if a VP died in office, the seat just stayed empty until the next election. Section 3, voluntarily temporary transfer. The president can voluntarily hand over power to the vice president by writing a letter to Congress stating that they are unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office. The VP becomes the acting president until the president sends a second letter saying they are fit to return. Common use. This is used when a president undergoes surgery or medical procedure involving anesthesia. Section 4, involuntary removal. This is where we get in with Trump, I think. This is what a lot of people have been alluding to. He's a narcissist. He will never give up power. They will have to drag him out. Okay, this is the most famous and controversial section. It allows the vice president and the majority of the cabinet to declare the president is unable to do the job. How it works. If the VP and cabinet send a letter to Congress, the VP immediately becomes the acting president. The conflict. If the president disagrees and says, I'm fine, a high stakes process begins where Congress must vote. It takes a 2/3 majority in both House and Senate to keep the VP in power against the president's will. History. Section 4 has never been invoked in the U.S. history. It sounds like it might. Something's coming up with this 25th, I think. Why is this news? The context of Trump administration critics or opponents occasionally bring up Section 4 during the times of intense political controversy or concerns about the president's fitness. However, because it requires the vice president and the cabinet, who are appointed by the president, to turn against their own boss, it is legally and politically extremely difficult. So there you have it, folks. Difficult as it may be, it's our only. It seems like, I don't know, is impeachment. What do you think? Do you think impeachment is better? Let me see here. Can Congress remove Trump from office without his cabinet? Let me see here. I'm talking about real removal. So someone's, I think, there's been some question about it. Okay, it says yes, but only through impeachment. There are two distinct ways president can be removed from office, and they work very differently regarding the role of the cabinet. Impeachment, no cabinet required. This is the primary way Congress can remove a president on its own. It is a purely legislative process found in Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution. The House charges the president with the high crimes and misdemeanors, requires a simple majority. The Senate acts with 2/3. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, votes to convict the president. To convict the president is immediately removed. The president is okay. So cabinet role 0. Okay, no legal say in an impeachment. 25th Amendment. Okay, 25th Amendment cabinet usually required, as we discussed earlier. Okay, so let me when you say impeachment can remove the president, do you mean physically from the White House? I just have to be clear about this. This is the only one way to be clear. I got to ask direct questions, get direct answers. If you don't ask the right question, you won't get the right answers. So, yes, I mean legally and physically. Through the physical part is the very last step in the process that is supposed to be automatic. If a president is convicted by the Senate, they're no longer the president. The second vote is tallied. Here's how that actually works. Legal snap. Okay, so I'm gonna spare everybody for this one, but apparently it's yes. So, Harbonet, what's up? Yeah, Hazel, what's up with you, Hazel? Yeah, so somebody says J.D. Vance is gay and used to cross-dress in college. A lot of these conservatives are undercover cross-dressers, or whatever you want to call it. They're, I guess you would call that, they are, what do they call it? What's the term for that? Damn, I sound so stupid with this, but what is it called? LGBTQ, right? Oh, queer, right? A lot of them are queer. A lot of the conservatives turn out to be queer, or or undercover something else, right? One of the other alphabets. But on that note, to each his own. But I'm just saying, live your truth, man. Don't be trying to fake me or convince me that you're somebody, you conservative. I don't buy that shit. I know my history, so there ain't none of that shit gonna work with me, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of these conservatives are frauds. Listen, human beings aren't perfect, man. That's just the nature of human beings. Human beings are not perfect. So this kind of like conservative thing where you walk a straight line and you're, man, just drop it, man. Try something more simpler. Try being nice to people. God damn. It's just be nice, But in any case, I appreciate everybody for showing up. You got to be out of here now. But listen, this struggle continues. I want everybody to click the like button, share the videos. I'm getting there. I'm also at 10,000 streams. Eric, I appreciate you a lot for moderating. Rafika, matter of fact, I got to make you a moderator right now. So please, mods. Also, I'm not saying this because of Rafika, but in general, once there was a little skirmish. So please don't argue or fight with each other at all. Now I'm not talking to you, Rafika, but it's just general. Yeah. So here we go. There we go. I appreciate you, Eric, Rafika, Dylan. Who else is in there? Some. Oh my God, there's some weirdos, man. I can't even read that name. Harbonip, what's up with you? Let me see. 25th Amendment, we're still fucked. We have JD Vance. Yeah, winner. Yeah. I mean, it's a bad. It goes to show you, it's hard to fix stupid choices. So don't do it again. Whatever you did the last election, if you elected Trump, don't do the same. Don't use the same process this time around with these midterms. Please don't. Please. Like, save yourself. Save yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God. Yeah, somebody just tell Trump Obama can hold his breath for 15 minutes underwater. It would be, it's for real. News troll, what's up with you? I appreciate you showing up. Not you, Maurice. You got a time out. Sorry, sucker. Wouldn't want to be you. Norma. Appreciate you, Norma. I see you. That was a lot of words at the forceful level, so I was just checking. Yeah, okay. Let me see here. Sonic Archie, appreciate you too. Yeah, he's a real dirtbag, Jen. Absolutely. They allow him on the ballot instead of prison. Yo, Chris, for real. That is horrible. Trump faked his own assassination attempt. Yeah, for real, man. Trump faked his own assassination attempt. Can you believe this shit? I mean, it's looking like it. It looks like some Russian fake op. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it look like a fake hit to gain empathy. And it could be, who knows? But it looked like it to me. I'm tired of these young men going to jail or being killed. And no one gets to hear their story. I'm tired of that. Yeah. But we're gonna see how this goes. Just Be Real says they feel bad for me. Why you feel bad for me? I'm doing okay, man. What's that all about? I don't think you should feel bad for me. I think you should feel bad for yourself, because I live in a decent country. It's called Denmark, and when you put a little effort in and you're busy, I'm pretty active myself. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm not complaining at all. You should come over here and visit sometime, if you ever get a passport. In any case, it only costs $200 now. Go for it. Nobody's stopping you. It's whatever, man. And listen, if you don't care about yourself and your own well-being, hey, nobody else can really force you to. I mean, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? What the hell? But in any case, man, you all be cool, man. I got the best chat around right now, man. Is really feeling well, but you guys are doing well. But listen, I'm out of here. I gotta go. I will be back in 18 hours from now. I wish everybody a wonderful day, and please take care of each other, and being nice to each other works, by the way. Yeah, being nice actually helps. It makes things a little bit better. It takes a little bit of the pain off of some of this bullshit. Just being decent to each other as fellow human beings, and Americans also. So on that note, I'm out, y'all. I appreciate everybody. Peace. Be good. All right. See you in a few. Let's go. FDT. And release the Epstein files. Say it again. DT. FDT. And release the Epstein files. Come on.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin. But then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak. But we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us on board, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splat out, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father, him the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture. streets looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't hear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style, or pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil.